Ta-da! Welcome everyone! Oh my god, it feels like it's been such a long time. Let's see who we have in chat. Who's early? We have Sure, we have Nuno, and we have Karius. Hello! Still in the car. Drive safely. Aww. Sure, I miss you all too. I had really fun on this weekend in Stockholm, but nothing beats being at home. And you know, it's kind of nice being at home, especially since I get drained quite quickly by social events. I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna sleep for 24 hours. Hey Carlson! Hi Kat! Oh, thank you so much, Sure. I'm doing very well. Also because I didn't have to work today because it's a holiday Friday. What's it even called? I can't really translate it to English because it sounds really weird from Swedish. I'm not even gonna try. Hi Isra, hi MM. Oh my gosh, I really missed streaming. And I'm like, when I sat here, I was like, hold on a second. I've not been talking English for like 2 weeks almost. And I've been thinking, do I even remember how to speak English anymore? Hi Espartaniano! Welcome, welcome! I'm a bit cold and don't feel so good, but I really want to watch your stream. Aww, I hope you get better. The screen looks like Raphael is eating cheesecake. That is true! How y'all like this new frame? They all wanted to go, well, some of them wanted to go to the Cheesecake Factory, so I made all of them go to the Cheesecake Factory, except, you know, the really evil ones, because they don't deserve cheesecake anyway. But it does look like Raphael is eating cheesecake. And also, I didn't forget about Javi, even if the story forgot about him. We didn't forget about him. Yes, do that. Drink a lot of tea. I've heard ginger tea should be good. Or like these ginger shots. I need a full rundown of your weekend in Stockholm. Oh my gosh. Well, we did a lot. Like, am I even gonna be able to recall everything? We had a full-on agenda. We were at some restaurants. We were at Gröna Lund. It's an amusement park. That's where we were for like almost all the day on a Saturday. And then, you know, we did some shopping. We were at the Old Town. We were on like a game show called On Air Game. That was really fun. I didn't know what to expect, but it looked like it was some kind of quiz show, and they had like these mini games, and we were set up to be like in 4 different teams, and then we had like this buzzer, and then there were like several options where you could pick, but it also, that was depending on what kind of quiz it was. And then there was like this this mini game where you press the buzzer, and like it could be a car, and then there was like a pattern for that car, so you had to like stop the car while it moved, and it should align perfectly, and then you got like points for that. And there was also like a mini game where you were supposed to have like some kind of, what's it called, rhythm when it came to a drum. So there was this Whitney Houston song, what is it called? I Will Always Love You. That one, and you were supposed to hit the drum when you could hear the drum. So that was also fun. Hi Ionix! Fashionably right on time again, and wow, what is all this on the screen? They went to the Cheesecake Factory, okay? All of them got cheesecake. And I said that I wouldn't involve any evil ones, but, you know, Pauline is taking care of Yukimasa, so I'm thinking that he's in check. Jacopo, I've surrounded him with cheesecake and Gretchen, so, you know, so he is also kept in check. I had to separate Jacopo and Morgana with a huge-ass cheesecake, because Morgana was like, don't put me next to him. And I was like, but you guys are main characters for Requiem for Innocence. She was about to bite my head off. So I had to separate them with a cheesecake. And Gretchen. Hi Nils! Hi Siglis! Jag undrar restauranger och så eftersom jag borde... Vi var på restaurang Drottninghof och så var vi på Tak. Tak gillade jag verkligen. Och Greasy Spoon var vi också på. I was just explaining to Carlson which restaurants we were at. And the ones that I remember most clearly were Drottninghof, a restaurant called Tak, like Roof. They had like this Asian fusion kind of menu, and what did I get there? I got rainbow trout. I wanted to say rainbow salmon because salmon is lux in English, but when I told the waiter, he was like, "Oh, the rainbow trout." I was like, he spoke English, so I was like, okay, maybe that's how you say it. I don't know. I have no clue. I was just like, salmon? It's a fish? But it was really, really good. Hi, Shalom! Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. My third song is on mix now. I believe at the end of May I'll send it to you. Whoa, that's great! And don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. You just come here when you have time. And that's also why I'm on YouTube. So it's all... everything will be recorded. Everything will be up on the channel. So when you have time, that's when you watch. Inga barer eller pubbar. Jo. Alltså jag kommer inte ihåg alla. Mojagi var vi på. Ja. Vi var mycket inuti i stan och där verkar det inte finnas så mycket. Man var tvungen att åka ut till gamla stan, tror jag det var. You have been an early girl with streaming today, I see. Really? Hi, Daryl! Welcome! Hold on, I'm missing a lot. By the way, there is a rumor that JoJo Bizarre Adventure will have a new movie. Really? Who said this rumor? Which cheesecake do you want, Ionix? Which one does everyone want? Although I can't guarantee that taking one from Maria won't, you know, get yourself... So... It took me 3 business days to notice all the characters and cakes! I almost forgot, and I put them here! What? For some reason, YouTube didn't let my first message through. What? I see two of them. I see, hi, Slash, you have an early girl today. We start streaming. I see. That one I see now. Why is YouTube doing that? Sometimes it just randomly makes comments disappear. I'm like, what are you doing? You are not my mod. YouTube, stop it. If you're here, YouTube's AI bot, dispatch. You're not wanted here. We don't need one. I never ate a lemon cake before. I tasted an orange cake though, but my favorite is just plain old chocolate cake. Chocolate cake is good, but I think I've had like too much of it through my years, so I kind of like the citrusy, like lemon, a little bit like sour and salt. I can send my Spotify playlist of my favorite Fantasy 13 songs as well. Oh, please do that! Do that in the Discord. Didier is not invited? Hell no! He can sit with Amy and Barnier. They are sitting together with all the other horrible people. You know who should have been invited but who doesn't have a Sprite? Hayden. Wait, he was he the grandpa of Mel and Nelly? Or was he an uncle? Uncle Hayden. Because he treated, he seemed like a really nice person and he treated Giselle so well. How's Aura? Aura, she's still at the hospital, but she is conscious. And she might get dispatched on Monday, but she will be in recovery. It will probably take a while, a long time before she's back. And I really wish that I could go see her, but we live in different continents. And right now, she's having trouble like with her memory, so she needs a lot of recovery. Gästammis på ganska många ställen i Gamla stan. Aha! Så det är dig man ska fråga nästa gång. Det får bli så, jag frågar dig nästa gång. För det känns som att vi inte hade någon aning riktigt. Vi bara landade där och bara, vart ska vi? Men jag gillade den där baren, Mojagi. Den hade typ en lite så här japansk sci-fi vibe. I usually start the stream like 15 minutes before. And then I have the just starting screen. Just because I need to check so like the audio is coming through and that the internet is good. So I have like the stats, a dashboard with stats, so I can see that everything is running. I need to be in control that way. Boris is doing great. He's eating well. He's doing wonderfully. It's like he never even was at the vet. There was on a website and I checked and yes, it said, ooh, I'm thrilled. Naomi would be a better match for George. Yes. Totally. I could definitely see the two of them together. I am going to be 29 years next week. I am getting old. Yay! 29! Y'all, we should just be happy that we're growing older. Some people don't even get that. So we should just be happy. 29 isn't old. Cherry cake. Who got? Ah. Oh, I thought no, I didn't have a cherry cake on the screen. But cherry cake, I haven't tried. Talking about cakes, I quite like the red velvet and cheese. Ah. I like Swedish princess cake. Very classic. Sometimes when I send a comment it doesn't go. I just copy it exactly and send it again and it goes. What game are you playing with me, YouTube? YouTube! I'ma tell this bot once and for all. YouTube's AI bot. Get the frick away from my stream and my videos. Thank you, bye. See you never. I had the same when someone of my university commented under one of my view videos in order to message me something about that, and YouTube thought it's not about the topic of the video, so they deleted it. Hi Neski! Good to see you! Almost about as far as it gets, halfway across the earth. Sometimes YouTube moves comments from one video to another. I've seen that too! Like, that has happened. And people have been like, darn it, why did my comment get moved to this one? And like, it could be something completely unrelated. And I'd be like, and I'd answer like, did YouTube do any YouTube magic? And they get back to me and be like, what the frick? Why did my comment get here? Hi! 17 Gyllene Freden är 2 ställen jag var där i lördags. Gyllene Freden har varit aktiv sedan 1722. Evertau var stammisar. Aha, alltså jag har aldrig ens hört talas om dem där. Men jag är inte så ofta i Stockholm heller. Jag är mest uppe i Norrbotten. Yay, Nuno arrived at home. I wonder if you saw the link that I sent you on Insta. Good that you're reminding me, because I never really check. But now I know to check. Please put a reminder. I love the blueberry cake that Jaren had. Yeah! I just knew she would like blueberry. I'm tackling in my 7th life already. I almost died 6 times in my life. What? So I can be lucky that I'm still here though. Oh, that extremely lucky. And we're glad to have you here. Maybe 9 lives like a cat? I also love ice cream cakes, but it doesn't feel that different from eating thick creamy ice cream. Now I'm thinking about Ben & Jerry's. Ah, so good ice cream. Oh, eye issues. Everyone basically shifts the goalpost as they get older. If I say I'm old to my mom, she frowns. That's how parents are. They're like, I'm at least a couple of decades older. And they're like, why are you complaining? But I hope your eyesight or eye issues get better. That sounds really, really annoying for you. And technically I died the first 5 times and was brought back to life. What? That's so scary! I hope that never happens to you again. Y'all, everyone take care of your health. Take care of your health, take care of mental, physical health, and take care of your precious time. Spend the time with people that don't stress you out, that don't cause drama. Just surround yourself with people that you like, that like you. Otherwise, it's just better to be alone. And with your pets. YouTube used to do this to my comments under your near videos, and sometimes for strange reasons. I had to fight this with numbers instead of some letters and comment separation. Yeah, And I'm always like also checking like the filtered comments, because sometimes they're sent there, but like I never saw anyone's comments that got stuck there. If someone would be like, oh, my comment disappeared, I'd always go to the filtered comments and be like, did YouTube put it under spam? I check, and it's never there. It does put some comments with links there, but not if I have you added to like a list of approved members. Like, I don't know what the exact English word is for it, but in Swedish it basically says that add this user to members that are accepted. And if you add that user, it's like a whitelist of some sort, then that person can send links. And I'm like, what more is there? By the way, Bea, do you see new anime, movies, TV shows lately? Actually, I haven't really seen anything new, but I finished watching Berserk again. The Golden Arc, the Memorial Golden Arc edition. I watched that one again. Like, I freaking love it, but it's so freaking depressing. I love it so much. And, of course, I regularly sometimes, you know, have to rewatch my JoJo's Bizarre Adventure seasons or parts. Now I'm just patiently waiting for episode 2 of Steel Ball Run. I agree. Agree. It's just a number. Exactly. It's just a number. Like, I'm just happy to be alive because some people don't even get that chance. And life is just better and more enjoyable when you don't fixate on the number on the cake. Besides, you could see it as leveling up. We get wiser, we get more like carefree, as in we don't really care much about what others perceive of us. Oh, it's ulcers and corneal erosion. It's why I fell behind. Oh no! Well, is there like a recovery period for that? Do you have to like do a surgery? That sounds really horrible. And it must be like so irritating for the eye too. Maybe even cause like headaches or like this grainy feeling in your eyes. Sorry if it comes to heart rate than when I was a child. First time was at my birth. Oh. Nils, do you go like on regular checkups? Because I'd be worried. Like, I don't wanna worry you, but please do some regular checkups. Blood poisoning too. That's, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow, you were so lucky. It's really good to have you here. I've just started Monster and oh my god, that guy scares me. Monster! Right. I freaking love that anime. I actually started watching it, when was it? When was my... Oh, this year I started watching it. And I love the art style as well. Like, I love the 90s anime aesthetic or like early 2000 anime aesthetic. And the aesthetic of these characters. Like, look at this. It's just so beautiful. Like, it's their own style. Like, just seeing this kind of art style, you would know instantly that it is from Fata Morgana. It's the same with like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You just see it and you know exactly where it is from. There's Berserk as well. Like with that one, you would also know that it is from Berserk. Has anyone else here watched Berserk, and who's your favorite? A2's birthday is on May 20th. What kind of cake would she like? Oh! I feel like A2 would be like, I don't want no damn cake. But then you serve her cake and she's like... Well, this was a good cake, but she wouldn't... She wouldn't say it. She'd just be quiet and eating it silently. Every half year. That's good. Oh, wait, you don't get that on your insurance if you go on these regular checkups? Well, jag lever basically som en pensionär. Måste ta en nap varje eftermiddag. Du är som en katt, Karlsson. Är det bara jag som inte kan ta naps? Jag har alldeles för mycket energi. Och så sen när jag borde sova så har jag mer energi. Det finns typ... Det är ett mellanrum. Och just vid det här mellanrummet så måste jag sova. Gör jag inte det, då är jag liksom Duracell-kanin hela tiden. There are solutions, kind of, but they are long-term management now to prevent HSV occurrences. I'll not bore you with the details. I'm still like, I'm very interested. I'm always interested when people tell me about stuff like this. How is it for like, is there... Do you get very like irritated when there's screen flashes and stuff like that? Most stuff I have to pay for myself or medicaments for preventing stuff. The insurance you only pay once a year. When I go twice or more in a year, I have to pay myself for that. Huh. Indeed, Final Fantasy XII art style is very, very good. Very memorable. And it looks like... it kind of reminds me of the style of Vagrant Story. And a little bit of like Magna Carta as well. I haven't played Vagrant Story, but it is on my to-play list. Once I get older than 40, I think the insurance pays twice a year. The insurance pays more once you get older. I see. Do you get to like choose which insurance company it is, or is it like a state insurance? Simplest way to describe it is when you get an ulcer on your mouth, it's on the eye instead. They call scarring when they heal. Oh. I see. Wait, did I miss anyone else's? I feel like I missed one that I really wanted to answer, but sometimes the chat is just acting up. Or is YouTube, like usual. I'm quite interested in seeing how Reincarnation looks. Like, how is the style gonna be different? I know that you guys said that it would look more like anime style. And I'm a little bit bummed out with that, because I really like a unique kind of style, but it could still be a very pretty style. We'll just see. We'll just see what I think. Oh right, Cat! I believe you said this as well, that the Final Fantasy XII designer also made Nier characters. There's a new VN called Iwakura Aria with some same artist as Fata Morgana. Really? Oh my god, that is directly going into my to playlist. I did do the most stuff once I got over 18 because then they get more money. Ah. That sucks. They downgraded to a generic anime look, in my opinion. Oh my gosh! Y'all, I feel... Y'all are gonna... 100% y'all are gonna see in my face what I'm gonna think about the art style when I see it. Because going from peak design, this, to a generic anime one, oh, it's gonna hurt! It's gonna hurt! I hope I've set up the Nintendo. I mean, I did check it before, so it should be working. Should be working, and you know what? Y'all will have good voice acting for a change. Y'all won't have to listen to my bad voice acting. Ah. It was probably mine about the Phantom Mist YouTube comments for you. Ah. Question B, how can you speak cat language, especially with Boris? Or you can't speak with him sometimes? I know exactly what Boris wants. Like, I am the cat whisperer when it comes to Boris. Like, I always know what he wants. Always, always, always. Like, my mom or dad can say like, oh, well, he wants to do this. Like, he wants to go out. And I'm like, no, he doesn't want to go out. He wants a massage. And that's exactly what he wants. And then I know when he wants to go out as well, because we're like this. We are soul linked, me and Boris. He's my soulmate. So I know exactly what he's telling me. But when I talk with him, I always use like baby talk. I baby him a lot. All about money, unfortunately. When it shouldn't be. It should be about people's health. And doing what they can. Agree, sure. Everyone should take care of themselves. Like, if it is like health-wise, if you feel like you're not doing like well physically, go check yourself. Like, really, because we know ourselves the best. And don't be like, no, it'll just pass. I think that a lot of people do that. That they just wait and wait and wait until it just gets really bad. So it's better to go an extra check. But also when it comes to mental health, like, you might think it's not like a big issue if you're struggling with like anxiety, social anxiety, depression, stuff like that. But it is, and you can get a lot of like physiological issues as well from it. So it's always good to take care of yourself. Before beginning Reincarnation, you have to read a short story called The Revenant's Dream, which it would give a proper ending for Requiem, and it is important for Reincarnation too. The Revenants. Yeah, the last short story we read was Fragments, right? So The Revenants. Read The Revenant's Dream. Okay. I see, so that's how it is in Germany. Hi, Sora! Adorable lipstick. I don't have lipstick. That's the issue. No lipstick today. Unfortunately, the standard insurance doesn't pay most stuff these days. Ah. I'm doing very well. But I believe the voice acting is Japanese only. That is totally okay for me. Totally okay for me. But it is good that others know that it's gonna be in Japanese. So everyone who doesn't speak Japanese, you're gonna have to read the subtitles. I know, because when I watch some YouTube videos, I usually just wanna like listen and do other things, like do my other hobbies or like cleaning. So maybe people are doing that as well now. So y'all, the voice acting is gonna be in Japanese, but I'm always gonna have inputs in English. Unless I switch to Japanese. No, I'm not that good. But I can understand a lot of it only because I watch so much anime. So much. How about saying I'm Bach von Rosenberg of Dalmasca? Don't believe Andor's lies in Swedish. Jag är Bach von Rosenberg av Dalmasca. Tro inte på Andors lögner! That's the Swedish version. The problem is also that in the last decades our health system in Germany was reduced to an absolute minimum. Oh, you didn't need it that much. COVID fortunately changed that. Still not great. I feel like a lot of like healthcare systems are just struggling. Wait, I didn't realize until that the voice acting will be Japanese. This is basically watching anime. That's true! And I'm like, finally, I won't be drinking like 5 of these. Because I'm just gonna be here chilling with you guys. And be like, just listening. And then, of course, darn it, I talk a lot. Then that means I will talk a lot. Ugh. Hi Javier, thank you. I'm back and I'm very happy to be back with y'all. Oh, did you ever decide on the Last of Us series? I need to play the game. I haven't really watched the series. The only Japanese I know is Naruto shouting, "Date bayo!" Oh, now I want to watch Naruto again. Darn it. I freaking love that series. I need to watch Naruto. I need to watch Bleach again. Although with Bleach, I kinda like lost the will to watch it. But with Naruto, it's just like I can just play. It's just so interesting. Japanese only VA for Reincarnation. Are we gonna check? You guys, where should I have the little camera? Should I have it like in this corner? In this corner? Where would it be the best to have my like reaction camera? So I don't I don't know, is it gonna be widescreen or is it gonna be like the same size as the other Fata Morgana games? I want to watch One Piece, but I'm massively intimidated by its length. Oh my god, Daryl, you and me both. Same, same, same. I watched all of Studio Ghibli, but nothing else. My faves are the high fantasy ones, like Spirited Away and House Moving Castle. Nausicaa and Mononoke. Oh, yes, those are really, really good. Bleach took so long to continue, I have no clue what is going on anymore. But so many good characters. That is true, Cheryl. We have a really good vibe here in chat. You know what? Let's switch to the Nintendo screen. Pausing the music. And we go over to the Nintendo screen. And you all, tell me if you can see anything. Hold on. Oh, I almost dropped the water. Oh my gosh, I need to be careful. Come on. I'm trying to get the other off as well. There we go. I am not used to Nintendo Switch at all. Like I just got it back from my friend, which I borrowed it to. Let's see, there's no sound right now, but I'm gonna... Hold on, let me go into the game. There. Can everyone see the screen? So do you see the screen and do you hear the music? And is it too loud or... Hold on, maybe I should go... I was gonna go to short stories. Oh, hold on, okay. This is the style. I know exactly what you meant with generic anime style, definitely. This looks like it could be a isekai anime. Like a villainess series or something. If you dropped the water, I would have unsubbed immediately. Apparently, Xenoblade Chronicles is a good series on the Switch. Oh, well, I do need more Switch games. I was gonna buy this Clock Tower game as well. It seemed interesting. We're gonna go to the short stories, right? And read this Revenant. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, okay, the music is way louder. Hold on. How about here? Is this good? The music. What? And I am maxed. My sound is maxed, but okay. Oh, thank you so much, Shalev. And I wish you very much luck with your music. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, so music is good now and y'all can hear me. I know that we read A Slow Killing Poison, Defectives, the Painting's Ramblings. So now we're gonna read Revenant's Dreams before going into Reincarnation, right? Hold on, I need to press record. Y'all, is my camera too big for this? It seems like it's gonna be widescreen. Or should I move my camera, like, to the bottom? We'll maybe see as we go. These are all good, by the way, but Revenant is the important one. We are gonna go through all of the stories, is what I'm thinking. But the Revenant's Dream, let's go. Can I use just one controller? Maybe I can. Farewell, Jacopo. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Goodbye, Morgana. She believed that was the end of it all. That by releasing their souls from the curse, they would all return to their rightful places. That the realm containing the cursed mansion would dissipate, and the natural order of the world will take care of the rest. Both she and the good-hearted young man who had guided her to her salvation believed that. But the young man underestimated how strong his love was. And the girl underestimated how wholly and thoroughly he blamed himself. Okay, still a bit loud. Hold on. How about there? Is that maybe better? We'll continue and you guys can tell me. He sent her off and then remained in place. Great. He could not forgive himself for what he had done, and so he did not deserve to move on. The Revenant's Dream. The next thing she realized, she was in a field of gold. Wheat rolling in the wind like a golden ocean. The sky blue as sapphire. The breeze almost startlingly warm. It was an unbelievably gentle view, and one she did not recognize. She had never seen this place before. Never been there before. Yet, looking out at it now, she felt emotional. It was almost terrifyingly beautiful. And as if drawn in by it, the girl took a step forward. With each subsequent step, the soft sound of crunching beneath her feet grew more distinct. Evidently, her soul had begun taking physical form, and it was her body from life that the golden ocean created for her. She raised her left arm, which had been severed before she was placed in captivity. It was whole. Still uncertain, she placed a hand on her cheek. There, she found none of the scars or the rough texture of the markings that had caused her so much torment in life. What's going on here? She was perplexed. Where was this place? When was it? And what was she doing here? In that form, no less. The girl continued walking, in spite of her consternation, in spite of herself at that. was the gentlest domains that had always caused her the most pain. The most pleasant memories were the sharpest knives. If her life had taught her one thing, it was that. And from then on, she had done everything in her power to eliminate those things. Which was why she had locked the warmly inviting master bedroom in the cursed mansion and threw the key into the painting. But now, she was being drawn into another such realm. She felt as though she needed to push forward. And soon, as she approached the far edge of the wheat field, she caught sight of a figure. Seeing it, she stopped dead with a gulp. She knew what this world was. It was his world. Much like she had crafted her own realm to contain her curse. He too had built himself a world of illusion. Upon reaching this realization, a flood of images and memories rushed over her. But this was not unusual, as she had experienced projections of others' memories in the cursed mansion as well. The living and the dead perceived the world differently. Hold on. I can't. If I go there, I just need to fix the sound for myself. There. There we go. Wait, did you get my donation? Hold on. Maybe it's lagging? Wait, I'll check. I'll check with YouTube. Sometimes YouTube can be very slow. No, I don't see anything yet, but I will see it in the chat. Is the music good now though? We're probably gonna have like the same issue when it comes to the voice acting as well. Oh, you send it with PayPal. I don't have any, what's it called? YouTube alerts for that. I need to fix it. But I will check later. Thank you very much. Thank you. It only happens when the music climaxes and the singing. Over the link, yes. Then I definitely got it. Thank you very much. And thank you for reminding me. I will get alerts for that as well. Slash, when they start speaking, you can check the comments. Yes, I will check. Yeah, please do, because I remember when playing visual novel Amnesia Memories, the voices were so loud, and I didn't know anything about, you know, having my recordings on different tracks. So I learned after that. Okay, let's continue. The living and the dead perceive the world differently. For while the living were bound by their bodies, the dead were bound by recollections and emotions. Nonetheless, it had been Michael not her, who had dived into the memories directly. So this was her first time truly experiencing the phenomenon herself, though she was uncertain as to whether the experience was intensified by her own involvement in these specific memories. They were of her as a child, of the young man applying ointment to her face every day for 3 years. She would claim it unnecessary, insult him, complain in any way she could, but still the young man came back the next day. Even on days she fought to the point of truly angering him, he still applied the ointment. He was a strange man, she thought. For what purpose did he pay her so much mind? No other man wanted to get near her. The hideous scars covering her face were quite an effective deterrent, and most would probably cut off their own hands before volunteering to touch them. He alone was different, though. One day, he chastised her for making the trek to the graveyard every day, in rain or snow or anything in between. But she realized now that his criticism applied to him as well. In the pouring rain or the midst of a blizzard, in winds so strong they could knock a grown man to the ground, or even when he was hurt or sick himself, he never missed a day coming to find her at the graveyard. Next, she saw the rising sun, being carried on his back, traveling a different path home than the one she knew. The stench of decomposing flesh, unavoidable in alleys of slums. Her surroundings utterly repugnant, yet the sunrise oddly enchanting. The sun's light even reaches this deep, dark corner of the world. I mean, of course it does, but I don't know, for some reason, it seems particularly bright today. She said nothing in response, but she felt the same way. Thank you very much, Nils! She had spent her whole life looking down at her feet, never taking the time to look up and appreciate the sky. And she likely never would have either. Never been able to see the beauty in the rising sun without a nudge. And subsequently, whenever the evil lord would show himself in her dreams, she was able to close her eyes and block him out, until eventually she was no longer able to remember his face or the sound of his voice. Her wounds were at last beginning to heal. He had given her so much, an ordinary life, an ordinary happiness, the freedom from having to be special, and warmth she had never before known. But those memories only served to salt her wounds. Every image of the slave boy showing her kindness was another crack in her foundation. I can't. He killed me. With the same hands he had used to treat her wounds, he later took her life. It tainted all her memories, shattered the illusion of warmth, ruined her all the way down to her soul, turned everything into hatred and anger. A fury so intense that even the young saint's unconditional love was insufficient to assuage it. The only reason she had managed to maintain her composure at the very end was because Michael was there with her, holding her hand. She would not have gone to see him at all otherwise. But now she was alone, So she would leave. She had no interest in seeing that man again. And when she made to head back the way she had come, she caught a glance at the shadowy figure's condition. It was beaten and broken, crumbling away. She looked down in silence on the shadow, which barely maintained its own form. She had seen souls decay to this state before, such as Michael's when he arrived at the mansion after centuries lost, broken down and reformed again and again, with only Giselle's voice as his guide. By the time he found his way there, he was unrecognizable, hardly a wisp of a spirit, incapable of individual thought, blindly following Giselle's lead. She understood why Michael's soul had taken so much damage. He had been abused and mistreated to an unimaginable degree his entire life. It made sense that he would wish for an ending more permanent than even death. But him? What are you doing so broken? She could not understand what had brought him to this point. He was the perpetrator, a monster. No matter how kind he had been to her before, that did not change what he had done after that. So what did he think he was doing, looking so mangled and beaten? If she left him there, before long, his soul would disappear for good, rubbed out of existence, never to return to the boundless sphere of fate. Good, let him. She bit her lip. Yes, let him. Then she would be free of his torture once and for all. She would never have to see him again, never have to torment herself with thoughts of him. And what a relief that would be. So she tried to turn back, but her body would not let her. An emotion she did not understand had welled up in her breast. It was pity, though she could not put a name to it herself. It was an emotion she had never felt during her time as the witch. And in fact, were the witch here, she would have cackled joyously at the sight. Pointing a skeletal finger at the pathetic thing he had become and telling him how much he deserved it. But she was no longer that witch. And furthermore, she had been blessed with unconditional love by Michael and Giselle. And the benevolent portion of her soul, which she had rent from herself to create the white-haired girl. Thank you, Nils. Yeah, those work. I think I need to do like some kind of integration alert for PayPal for that one to work. Was beginning to return to its rightful place. She thought she heard a voice from within, telling her that only she could save him. She frowned. Why should she have to save him after all the pain and suffering he had caused for her? The voice within spoke. Michael had stepped forward to save her after all the pain and suffering she had put him through. Giselle too held no grudge after being imprisoned in the mansion by her for centuries, happily joining Michael on his quest. She took a single step forward. The wheat swayed as she did, making the scene even more dreamlike. Initially, she had been irritated to find him here, trying to hide from his sins in this realm of illusion. But now, she was beginning to realize that was not the case. His memories and feelings flowed over her, with more clarity this time. This was what he could have had if he had not made all those mistakes. And this was the place he had hoped to show her one day. He was not hiding from his sins. He was attempting to atone for them. He had condemned his sins, lamented his failures, and forced himself to look at this vision of the world he had let slip through his fingers. Again and again, until it had destroyed his soul. This was his punishment for himself. And not only for what he had done to Morgana, but her other half, the white-haired girl as well. Double L, Jacopo, double L. She had said in a letter that she wished to see his homeland, and he had failed to see that through as well. Twice he had broken what he was supposed to care about most. Twice he had crushed her, and he could never forgive himself for that. Not even after she had released him from her curse. You truly are the biggest fool in all the world. She had never in all her time seen more of a disaster of a man, though she was beginning to realize that part of the reason he had done this to himself was because she had rejected his offer to make amends, told him she would not punish him any further. Not to mention, he was not entirely at fault for his actions in his second life. She had wished to see his life in ruins. She had, in a sense, placed him on that path herself. But he was not one who could place the blame for his actions on others. Everything was always his responsibility, and his alone. He was like that in his first life, and his second, and in the illusory alternate scenario where Michael intervened. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible, he said on their march to atonement. And I suppose, to make sure their next lives go a little better, he said, excluding himself from any potential redemption. So what though? That doesn't change what he did. Are you saying I should have sent him off with a smile? That I should have to set aside my hatred to make the man who hurt me feel better? She took another step toward the amorphous shadow, still unsure of her own position. The closer she got, the more she wanted to run away. What would she say? What would she do? She had not an inkling of an idea, not a single fully formed thought about what came after this. The shade noticed her, lifting its head. She tensed up. It was hideous, hardly even recognizable as human. But she could tell, somehow, that it was smiling at her. It must have been made up of all the things he had wanted to do for her, she thought. The shade seemed to think she was part of the illusion. In that case, she thought, in that case, she could just play along with it. Pretending she was another phantom in this dreamscape would reduce the pressure on her grieving her time to think, her giving her time to think. Though, in truth, she likely wanted to indulge in that fantasy herself. The long-lost possibility of nothing going wrong, of him finding their homeland. Even knowing it was all a sham, an insignificant sliver of a dream, she probably still wanted to partake in its warmth. And maybe then she would be able to give him a genuine smile. So, what's on the agenda for the day? Initially, she only intended to play along with the illusion. But in time, she found herself being drawn into the dream world as well. A fantasy where he had never become the Lord, she never the witch, and the both of them lived uneventful lives in their undiscovered homeland. It was pleasant and peaceful, and she soon began enjoying it in earnest. She had turned off her mind, simply started accepting things as they happened, which she was only able to do because he was hardly recognizable as him. She felt like she had really gone back to being a 16-year-old girl. Like she had grown up a normal life, not filled with tragedy. And oh, how wonderful that would have been, if it could have been true. He asked her to sing for him, so she brought him into the shade of a large tree. He told her he had borrowed a lute, but he held nothing in his amorphous hands, so she merely played along. In his vision of this realm, there were others like us for him to borrow from. They sat down in the shade of the tree and sang, only her voice to carry the tune. Like Michael in the same condition, the shade was barely able to produce any coherent sound, let alone music. But still, she could tell what he was trying to say, and how he was saying it. The longer she spent in the realm of illusion, the more her own state of mind reverted to those days. The 3 years when she had been able to experience happiness like anyone else, but continuing until she reached the age of 16. She was smiling and laughing, though she hardly realized it herself. Nor did she recall that she had explicitly told him previously that she could not smile for him. In time, she even found herself able to speak of her younger days, something she had not told him even in life. How she was known as a saint, how her blood had miraculous powers, and the people of her village began worshipping her for it. She had, on some level, wanted to talk about that with him in life, wanted to open herself up to him more, wanted him to know more of who she really was. "You're just an ordinary girl," he spoke in an unearthly voice, like thousands of rocks scraping against one another. But to her ears, it was the sound of the young slave man's voice, his slightly exasperated, always gentle tone. She smiled. "You've said as much so many times now I'm almost beginning to believe it," she said, wondering if he would have been the one to give her warmth if things had gone differently. Obviously, that was but a hypothetical future, and one they could have never reached, no less. But she had softened up enough to entertain such silly fantasies. She also thought about her homeland. Not the small, isolated village where she had been born, but someplace farther up her bloodline, her real father's home. "Would you like to meet him?" She was telling him of her father when he suddenly asked her that. She was not sure, and she racked her brain in consideration. It was not something she really needed to think about. There was no family here for her to find anymore, after all. But she had indulged herself so deeply in the past that reality was not a concern. She spoke of her father with a hint of sadness in her voice, to which the shade responded with a sudden surge of rage. The whole dreamscape warped around him, and the metallic smell of blood permeated the region. He wanted to seek out her father and mete out divine justice, and the world twisted to fit his image. Any form of violence is forbidden, she shouted, attempting to calm his fury. Not even if it's for my sake, she continued. Anytime he had managed to obtain any form of power, it had led him down the path of destruction. He knew no other way to wield it, and because doing so had shown to be effective in accomplishing his immediate goals, he had never bothered to look for any other solutions, which ultimately resulted in him being unable to trust anyone, because he only understood power as a blunt object. He was a soft, cowardly man deep down, but because he learned to kill. I don't want you to hurt anyone else, ever again. The more he hurt others, the more he hurt himself. This was a lesson that was long, long overdue for him. The shadow stared at her in silence for several minutes, as the blood and fiery rage twisting the illusory realm slowly receded. When it was gone, the shade too seemed to have returned to normal, nodding and saying, "All right, I won't." She let out a sigh of relief. She had slipped entirely back into her childhood. They talked more about everything and nothing, such as the Midsummer Festival, the memory of which filled her with yearning for those times, when everyone was still together, him, his friend Maria, his companion Gratian, and the eternally cheerful Jaron. She was never terribly fond of gatherings of that many people, and that had not changed even now, but she was able to reminisce about it and admit that it had not been entirely awful, that it had been an important formative moment of her youth, and probably the same for the rest of them as well. The three girls holding hands and dancing in a circle, him playing a tune on the lute, and his friend providing a beat. It was a marvelous day. As she reflected, she realized he had been chasing overly ambitious dreams from the very beginning. He's always realizing this too late. Always too late. All his talk of going out into the world, of taking her with him, and he was no different here in this realm of illusion. Eventually, she grew tired of hearing his fantasies, telling him, "Climb down off your high horse and adjust," which, he should have done from the very beginning, but then it wouldn't have been such an interesting fall. If he was going to keep chasing after stupid dreams, she would laugh at him every time. If he was going to keep chasing after impossible ideals, she would drag him back down to earth. That way, he would never. Then I'd just have to find a new dream. Excuse me? Her mouth hung open in a mix of exasperation and shock, and perhaps a trace of anger. She wanted to shout, tell him how all his idiotic dreams ended with him in shambles. But he seemed unable to pick up on her trepidation, continuing unfazed. "I'm going to win your heart." She stood aghast. That was the last thing she ever expected to hear from him. Even knowing this whole world was his fantasy about what he wished he would have done for her, she was conflicted. She felt many things, but flattered was a line she would never cross. No matter how much she had reverted to her younger self here, her present self still remained. "You murdered me. There's nothing you can do to win my heart. Not a single thing." She found herself very close to saying what she felt, but she set her agitation aside to let the dream continue a bit longer, for her own peace of mind more than his. From that point, he became almost impressively brazen, even asking her to call him by his name, to which she frowned and said, in no uncertain terms, "Why would I waste my breath?" visibly disheartening him. After some time having to watch him mope, she could bear it no longer and attempted to raise a new subject. But whether she asked him about learning to play the lute or going fishing together, the only response she received was a half-hearted nod. She sighed, at a complete loss. And then the shadow spoke. "Will you say my name?" Again. Why was he so fixated on such a stupid, insignificant thing? But as he continued, she realized his request was more pitiful and heartfelt than she had ever heard from him. "I don't want you to forget," she gasped. "I don't want you to forget me again." Cracks developed in the shadow. "I don't want you to forget what I look like." It wavered, shook, crumbled. "The sound of my voice." But still, he pleaded desperately. "Or how I feel about you." The man who refused to lean on anyone was begging for her validation. "I don't want you to forget what we talked about." They were all things she had long since forgotten about him. What kind of man I was. Things she had locked away in the deepest recesses of her mind. Or all the time we shared together. Memories overflowing with so much warmth they hurt. "Please." She cast it all out, his name, his face, his everything. "Don't forget me." Which was what had allowed her to mistake him for the Lord. She felt a chill listening to the shade beg and plead endlessly. What was she supposed to do here? At the very least, this meant the end of the peaceful, trouble-free illusion. "Why would you ask me that now?" she said, her voice strained. She was hoping to bask in illusion a while longer. The shadow said nothing. It simply sat there, waiting for her answer. She mulled over the question for a while, then took another step toward it. She was close enough to touch it now, but she would never do that. A feeling welled up in her breast, a mixture of wanting to scream, burst into tears, and throw things around like a small child. She forced it back, looking down on the shade. If I had remembered,
Would anything have been any different? Could we have not ended up so far down the wrong path? If I had gone and found you, would that have stopped you from becoming what you did? There were 1,000 things she could have done differently. If, after taking up at the cottage at the lake, she had gone into the town even once, she could have found out they had a new lord. Maybe he was the one who had sent that knight to visit her cottage, who she had sent away without talking to. Not to mention, if she had only told him about her childhood, the rumors about her blood having healing powers, he would have been able to make the connection between her and the lakeside witch. If she had done something, maybe she could have stopped him from veering off the straight and narrow. In fact, she was likely the only person who could have stopped him. Why am I blaming myself for his mistakes? It's entirely on Jacopo at this point. He's the only one responsible for his choices. She did not know what to do. She had been at a loss ever since learning the truth. The answers had only brought her more pain. And so she had buried them away somewhere out of sight. Ah, that must be why. That must have been why she had not yet returned to her rightful place. While she had been brought in unto salvation by the hands of an angel, ceased being bewitched, the girl inside was as wounded and suffering as ever. Can I hold your hand? The shade resumed its pleading. Its desperation clawed at her chest. And so, rather than coldly denying the request, she found herself saying, "Do as you please." The shadow slowly extended its hand up to hers, as if scared. It was not playing its part very well. This was supposed to be a dream where nothing had gone wrong between them, after all. But the illusion had begun to give way to harsh reality. The reality of having murdered the girl he loved. The reality of having been brutally abused and killed by the man she had leaned on for support. They had both once cared for each other in a very similar way. Yet the end result was not love, but terrible tragedy. He was terrified to show someone affection with the hands that had only ever brought destruction. And so before he did, he said, "I promised I wouldn't touch you without permission." She knew it was just an excuse, though, that he was simply afraid. Worried about putting his bloodied hands on her, that he might hurt her again, that he might corrupt her, that he had no right to. But he overcame all that, gently placing his arms around her, as if he had been waiting centuries for this moment. It was an embrace of many things: love for her, deep regret, and, most of all, atonement. He's wanted to do this. In his arms, she could feel everything he felt. Since the day I locked his soul in that mansion. She thought back to that time. The unfathomable amount of time she spent as the witch, a force of pure hatred and vengeance. His was the last soul she entrapped, and when she did, he was little more than an amorphous shadow. It took many, many years for him to regain a human form, but even then, he was unable to move or speak. He simply wailed something incomprehensible at her, again and again. At the time, I thought he was saying how much he hated me. But she was wrong. He had simply wanted to atone. but he had no idea how. Look at you, a grown man shaking like a fawn. As the shadow embraced her, it trembled, sobbing loudly into her shoulder. She had never seen him cry before, though she was unsure if this counted, since she could only feel it through the nebulous shade. Sometimes I can tell if you have a heart of stone or of glass. Her entire body went limp. All the tension in her nerves released at once, and she felt like a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Though, I suppose I'm not terribly different in that regard. Unable to even speak my heart unless there's no one else around. Unable to face you except through this childish fantasy. Not even able to show any vulnerability. Maybe she hated to even entertain the thought, but perhaps they were more similar than she wanted to admit. Sometime long ago, in the memories she had banished away, he told her that being close made people more open with each other. And it turned out he was right about that. She began to speak, to tell him the truth of how she felt, letting spill forth the raw pain within, holding nothing back. She told him how she despised him more than anything in the world, because he showed her happiness, then the depths of despair, that she had no idea what to do with him. How she did regret some of her actions, such as misdirecting her anger. He was consumed by regret over what he had done to her. But he was not the only one who had regrets. As their minds and spirits intermingled, the true shape of her wounds grew apparent. He had hurt her, but she had hurt him too. She had blamed him not only for his own sins, but the sins of another man as well. And for that, she had laughed at him, cursed him, mocked him for trying to show something resembling care for another human being. Again and again and again and again and again and again. I should have known better than anyone how much he was capable of caring, though. She thought back to the decisive moment. Knowing the truth now, she finally understood the full effect of the things she had said, to an even greater degree than Michael had told her. She had told the man who had spent 3 years looking after her, coming to apply ointment to her scarred face, rain or snow, that she despised him with all her soul, that he had ruined her life. She had not been seeing clearly at the time, but he had been teetering on the edge as well, and her saying that had been the final push. It was my words that ultimately pushed you over the edge, wasn't it? How had it all ended up like this? Why did they have to hurt each other so much? What was the turning point that sent them so far off the path? He continued holding on to her for some time, pleading for a chance to make amends, spilling his heart, clinging to her like a little child. It was something he could have never done in life, or even in death. It was only after repeatedly crushing himself beneath overwhelming regret, until he was mangled and hardly recognizable, that he was able to show her his weakness. That he was able to show her his tears. But it was far too late. It was all over. Nothing he asked for was something she could give him. No matter how much he begged, she could never stop hating him. could never forgive him. Fissures began to form in her spirit. Memories of her youth brought with them emotions long lost. Of the time she first directly acknowledged his kindness. It was a bitter, sweet, agonizing, suffocating, innocent feeling. Many, many ages ago, when I was still a child, I looked up to you. The sunrise she saw that morning carried on his back only seemed as beautiful as it did because he had shown it to her. She then grew to yearn the lost homeland he spoke of, admire his lofty dreams, and feel warmth in his hands as he spread the ointment. That was when the seed was planted. Not only of the ability to feel joy, but love as well. I might have even had some fondness of you, for you. And having said that, she noticed the clear droplets rolling down her cheeks. After Michael finished unveiling the truth, she shouted, "I cried for him in a frenzy." And those tears she had shed contained all her feelings for him. On the day of her 12th birthday, that terrible, tragic day, she cried and told the man in the slave cart, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." And that was true. She was grateful to not only the young slave man, but the girls of the brothel as well. She had wanted to open up to them. But the larger portion of her tears were for just one person. She cried for him. She cried for the man who had spent so long trying to help her. She cried because she had not been able to thank him. She cried because she believed him to be dead. She cried for him then. So, who did she cry for now? Were these tears for him as well? Were they for herself? No. They were for both of them. She decided to let the illusion continue on a while longer. She knew it was foolish. She had mixed feelings about being here and interacting with him as she had when she was younger. But she had softened up enough to not simply ignore the warmth it also made her feel. She had found it in herself to accept the seed of kindness sprouting within her. She had found it in herself to acknowledge how he felt. So she would use the dream to lead him to his next destination, under the guise of him holding her hand and leading her. Out of the claws of this foolish fantasy, to be released once and for all. She would guide him back into the void, that boundless sphere of fate, so that he may live again. They set off through the fields of waving gold. She squeezed her eyes shut, envisioning the young man she once knew. And when she opened them again, he was there, holding her hand and smiling softly at her. "You know, Jacopo, I really hope we don't ever cross paths again." Nothing good could possibly come from us meeting in the next life. I'm tired of having to deal with you. I hate you. And I pray I never have to see you again. But should you wish to see me, and should that wish take priority over my own, promise you'll treat me well. And let's freaking hope that they are approximately the same age. And if you can manage that, then Finn. Okay, now... Okay, this is gonna be a good start to Reincarnation. Because the word Reincarnation, we're gonna see them all, right? Whoa! Hey! Morgana. Oh. This is really nice music. Or at least she's not a child. Exactly. I really hope that she's 18. 18 or older. I'm gonna be pissed if they keep her 16. Okay, let's head into it. Wait, I need to use this one. Ta-da! Start. Morgana!
じゃあ私は先に行くわ。
Y'all, guys, did you hear her voice? This voice really suits her. And Michael! Oh my gosh! Y'all, I've been butchering all their voices. Michael! Her voice is really pretty, and Michael's... Oh my goodness, Michael! Talk to me!
最後の言葉というのはなかなか思いつかないものね。
Y'all, are the voices high enough? Or is it too low? Japanese voice acting, they always know what they're doing. Now we know why everybody loved Morgana's voice. Too low. Okay, hold on. A little bit high. How about here? Would this... Y'all, I'm gonna check chat occasionally for the sound of the music and the voices. Now it's good. Okay. Good. Okay.
何でも大丈夫だ。思ったことを言えばいい。
What? Michael! Why do I feel seduced? White subtitles on a light blue background is not the best choice. I wonder if we can switch that. Should we check? Hold on. Config. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Voice. Text. Box opacity. Ah. Maybe we should have it here? I don't think we can't do that much. Is this better though? I removed the transparency. Y'all, hold on! Voice collections! What do you mean voice collections? Huh? Wait. How do I save Michael's voice? How do I... Hey, what is this? What is this?
何でも大丈夫だ。思ったことを言えばいい。
How can I save this? Y'all, I want the voice! Okay. And then we have quick save. In case we need to, you know, hear it again.
何でも大丈夫だ。思ったことを言えばいい。
Okay, okay. Y'all could say I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased.
じゃああなたにもあの言葉にするわ。
Oh, and Morgana's voice. Oh my goodness. So soothing. Like, imagine being really angry and then you hear Morgana's voice. Or Michael's. Okay. Y'all, I love the voices. I need to hear all of their voices.
さようなら。あなたの魂ともう巡り合うこともないでしょう。
そうか。さようなら。
How am I gonna listen to this normally? Y'all! I feel like melted ice cream.
Moshimo. もしもの話よ。もしも何億分の1という確率であなたともう一度出会えるようなことがあってその時私と友達になってくれる？
It's like playing loud. Oh, is it possible to lower music sound? Yes. Hold on. Sound. The voices are maxed. Is this good? Are we good here? Or maybe in the middle? That may be better. Is that good? Maybe I could go even... Okay, it's better. I'm thinking I should go a little bit higher on the stream though. There maybe? Okay, so with the music, and I raised it a little bit on the stream. Is this good? And there was also
this effect when you went to config, and it says lower music volume during voice playback. Okay, so this is good.
モルガーナ、もちろん私もそうでありたい。
Y'all, let me just say this. This is gonna be one hell of a long game. Because I'm gonna crash out every single time over Michael's voice. At least I'm gonna be prepared tomorrow. Now I can be seduced effectively. You and me both. Everyone in chat be like
私性格は良くないわ。あの子みたいに優しくないし、また悪態をついてあなたを傷つけるわ。
Y'all, I need to hear Morgana sing. We all know her voice is made for singing. Her voice is also made for meditation. Oh, I need to hear everyone else's voices. Y'all, they better not have a seductive ass voice for Yukimasa. Like, I can't.
大丈夫。たとえ傷ついたとしても、それで遠ざけるほど私は弱くはない。
I'm okay. I'm okay. And Michael says, I'm resilient enough to handle a little pain without pulling away. Michael, you're not just a little bit resilient. You are the most resilient person ever.
今のお前のままで大丈夫だ。だから次の世で友人になろう。
Wait. Why am I like this? Gosh darn it. Yo, why is his voice actor this good? Focus! Focus! I didn't expect this.
あなたに会えてよかったわ、ミシェル。助けてくれてありがとう。
Oh. So pretty! I'm also wearing butterflies. Woo! Butterfly gang.
あの時のことを今でも覚えている。
I will vividly remember this voice when I go to sleep.
死者の集う蜃気楼の世界で彼女と交わした最後の約束を、次の世で友になろうと交わした大切な言葉を、今私は魂の記憶と生身の肉体を持って次の世を生きている。
Y'all, I'm trying to really focus.
私がこうして存在しているのも、ジゼルと再会を果たしたことも、奇跡と一言でくくるには大きすぎる。
Giselle, where are you?
私はこう思っている。今があるのは彼女の モルガーナの祈りがあったからではないかと。
Oh, I love how he says Morgana! And when she says Michael... Oh my gosh.
あの時モルガーナは言った。魔女でもなく聖女でもない、ただの魂になってしまったと。だから何を願っても奇跡は起きないと思うと。
He's just, you know, talking normally and I'm just here melting.
けれど実際に奇跡は起きた。彼女が起こした最後の奇跡が私を生かしているのだ。しかしそのモルガーナとはまだ出会っていない。モルガーナ、お前は今どこにいるのだろう。お前はこの世界に存在しているのだろうか。私はそうであると願いたい。お前の願いが私を生かしたように、私の願いも届いてほしい。
Oh my god, such a beautiful language. Slash X stopped working. It's like loading, loading. Freeze.
友達になるという約束を果たしたいんだ。
His voice did something. I was not prepared. Ooh! I like!
確かこのバス停で待ち合わせのはずだったんだけど、合っているかしら。
Oh, it fits. Oh my gosh. And she has like this a little bit upbeat voice. I like. The art style is really, really different. Really, really different. But it still looks good.
静かでいいところだわ。郊外といってもそこまで中心地から離れてるわけじゃないし、移動も便利そう。ちょっと早く着きすぎちゃったかしら。一応連絡は入れておいたけど。なんか今更だけど緊張してきちゃったわ。今日から私ここへ引っ越して一緒に暮らすのよね。あんまり実感が湧かないわ。いろんなことがうまく運びすぎて夢なんじゃないかって思うくらい。
I love her voice. Y'all, they're too good at voice acting. They're too good.
身だしなみ大丈夫よね。髪の毛跳ねてない？スカートほつれてない？化粧落ちてない？歯も磨いたわよね。
She's so cute.
あとは
ジゼル。
Oh, Michael. Hello, Michael. Well, now we know how they pronounce Michael. They say it like Michelle almost.
何ですかその反応。
なんでもないんです。改めておはようございますミシェル。よかった、バス停の場所を間違えてなくて。
そんなに迷うようなところでもないでしょう。というかまた待たせてしまいましたかね。
It would have taken an impressive effort to miss the bus stop. You know that I could have done that, miss. For sure.
今回は本当に着いたばっかりです。なんだか照れちゃいますね。
え、何か照れるようなことをしましたっけ？さっきから妙にそわそわしているような。普通に迎えに来ただけだと思うんですけど、ひょっとして私の服がおかしいとか？
It looks fine. Although Giselle looks more dressed up. And Michael is like, I came here because casual.
そうじゃないですってば。だって私ついに引っ越しちゃうんですよ。ミシェルと一緒に暮らしちゃうんですよ。
They're moving in together. This is so cute.
もう感動しちゃって飛び跳ねたい気分です。
She's so cute.
むしろミシェルはどうしてそんなに冷静なんですか？
He's like, well, we've practically lived together almost.
ジゼル、もうちょっと声を抑えて。周りの人が振り返っている。
Giselle, scream it at the top of your lungs. Just because he said it.
あ、やだ、私ってば。ごめんなさい。でも、やっぱり嬉しくて照れちゃいます。ミシェルはそうじゃないんですか？
もちろん、私も嬉しいですけど、何ですかね。前の家の時もしょっちゅう来てもらっていましたし、ほとんど一緒に住んでいたようなものだったから、特別感動するかと言われると。
記念すべき日なのに、もっとテンション上げてくださいよ。私だけ盛り上がってるみたいじゃないですか。
この調子だと、ことあるごとに大騒ぎになりそうだな。結婚なんて日になったらとんでもないことになりそうだ。
Sir, you're thinking about it already. He's already like thinking about the wedding. Just dropping that to her, she'd probably faint.
テンション上げてもいいですけど、私がよっしゃーみたいな態度を取ったら逆に不安になりませんかね。
Now I'm rather imagining Michael being like, "Datte ba yo!" doing a Naruto.
それもそうですね。変なもの食べたって思いそう。やっぱりミシェルはそのままでいてください。
まあとにかく来てくれて嬉しいです。今日楽しみにしていたのはこちらも変わりませんから。
はい。ちなみに新しいお家はここからどれくらいなんですか？
どれくらいっていうよりも目の前ですね。
Is it that big entrance? Oh, what if that's their balcony? Ooh.
どのお家ですか？あ、向こう側に見える青い屋根のアパートかしら。すっごい素敵なアパートですね。
ああ、いや、それではなく目の前です。ツタが絡まっている4階建ての建物。
With all the ivy, so it is the one at the back? Wait! He does... Michael, you don't mean that's the entire building, right? It's just like a part of it, right? asking like, who's gonna clean?
ミシェルのご両親って一体何者なんですか？だってこんな立派なアパートをミシェルに任せて新しい家を買っちゃったんですよね。これのどこがものすごい裕福ってほどでもないなんですか？お金持ちすぎます。
ジゼル、もう少し声を抑えて。周りの人が。
Who cares about what other people think?
ごめんなさい。つい興奮して。
確かに外観は立派ですけど、築年月はかなり経過しているので、メンテナンスも逐一必要で大変みたいなんですよ。
Fixing up? Who's gonna fix things? Is Michael handy? I don't think he's handy. Are we gonna have to, you know, book help?
それに両親も祖父母から継いでいるようで、何者って言われても普通の人としか。
A question: Has anyone been in this gigantic place? You know, there could be a lot of spiders in there.
まあ、なのでものすごい裕福ってほどではないんです。
こんな資産を相続している時点でものすごい裕福だと思いますよ。
そうかな。そういえば昔から土地に関しては困ったことがなかったな。まあ昔はそれ以外で大変な目に遭っていたが。
ねえミシェル、お金に物を言わせて愛人をはべらせたりしないでくださいね。
She really went there. Yeah, Giselle, I don't think you need to worry. Yeah, you do not need to worry about that with Michael. He's gonna be like, what?
君は私を一体何だと思っているんだ？
She's probably just teasing him. I mean, we know Michael would never.
今のは冗談です。ミシェルはそんなことしないって信じてますし。
We all knew. We all knew.
冗談でもそういうことは言わないでください。あの時代の父のような振る舞いは想像されたくないんです。
Right. Okay.
そうですよね。うん。変なこと言ってごめんなさい。
私は君一筋ですよ。分かりきっているとは思いますが。
Oh my god, this is so cute.
分かりきったことでも何度でも言ってくれると嬉しいです。
That's the voice line I should have, you know, if I knew how to, you know, save these voice lines, I would have saved the Michael one just there.
善処します。外でこういうことをやるのは恥ずかしいな。
Y'all, I love these two so much.
じゃあ行きましょうか。ついてきてください。
Roughly a year after we were finally reunited, arrangements for the two of us to move into an apartment together on the outskirts of the city were finally complete. You will never be rid of my voice in this game. It was a well-weathered 4-story building passed down to me from my parents, but it was still rather nice for its age. In this day and age, having a guaranteed place to live seemed to be quite the advantage. In fact,
My colleagues sometimes poked fun at me, saying I had it way too easy. I couldn't help but chuckle when they did, although, at least as far as the modern era was concerned, they weren't exactly wrong either. That didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs and coast through life on my good fortune, though. I kept myself nice and busy with work. And while I was generally more optimistic than in the past, anxiety about an uncertain future seemed to be hardwired into me. A co-worker once asked, "Why do you work so hard when you've already got everything?" To which I obviously couldn't respond, because my previous life taught me that nothing in this world is guaranteed. So I brushed the question off with a vague, "That's just the way I am." My inability to be complacent in anything, even in my new life, was, in its own way, a challenge, but it had its benefits too. Knowing what I'd been through before helped me better appreciate what I had now. And knowing what life was like back then helped me understand exactly how easy things were now. Any obstacles I ran into felt trivial compared to back then.
中庭まであるわ。すごいですね。何もかもが想像していた以上です。
It is really beautiful.
両親の話によると、夏場はこの辺りでパーティーやらバーベキューをする人もいるそうですよ。
Barbecues! Let's go!
ミシェルの口からバーベキューなんて単語が出てくると違和感がすごくて逆に心配になりますね。
あ、
ミシェルもするんですか？バーベキュー。
まさか何が楽しくて日差しの下で肉を焼きながら他人と談笑しなければならないんですか。ストレスの三重苦ですよ。
You know what? Yes. I could see him like trying to melt into the background and be like, "How do I get out of here? This is not my cup of tea."
やっぱりそうなんじゃないですか。あそこの扉は閉まっているようですけど、何かあるんですか？中も。
ああ、あそこは今は使われていないので改装が入る予定です。近いうちに1階も貸し部屋になるはずですよ。
そうなんですか。じゃあお部屋がもっと増えるってことですね。でも前は何に使われていた場所なのかしら。
Maybe we'll find out. Ooh!
お邪魔します。
I like that there's plenty of colors. And not just a beige, white, gray, and black.
ジゼル、お邪魔しますは別にいらないですよ。君の部屋でもあるんだから。
そっか、そうなんですよね。でもこんなに広い部屋が自分の家なんてなんだかすごく贅沢です。
So, someone have already been here and decorated. And also cleaned, I assumed? I mean, there's flowers everywhere, so someone has been taking care of this place.
君は君で貧乏症すぎないか？さっきから驚きすぎているような。
貴族の娘じゃなくて昔から一般庶民の娘ですからね。仕方ないです。
And she's been in a specific mansion for hundreds of years.
ミシェルみたいに貴族度高くないんで順応するのに時間がかかるんです。
Aristocratified.
貴族度。妙な造語を作られてしまった。
I was just thinking, is that a word? And then the first thing he says is like,
this word. What the?
それにしても本当に素敵なリビングですね。ベランダも広いし、窓も大きくて光がいっぱい入ってくるし、あの時の真っ暗なお屋敷と比べるとびっくりするくらい真逆です。カビの匂いも埃の匂いも腐った白人参もないわ。
It's not musty. You see here, dairy place you had back then. It's not musty. I'm not choking on dust, and there aren't even any decomposing parsnips in the corner. She says all of this and be like, wink. And he still has that face, you know. Look at this. You know, this confused, a little bit disgusting face, but you know, he's a little bit... Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he angry? Is he irritated? Is he amused? I don't know. It could be all of those.
もう木の板で窓を隠しちゃダメですよ。
It's prohibited.
だからあれは私がやったものではないと。それに、今の時代でそんなことをしていたら通報されるかもしれない。ともあれ、気に入ってもらえたようでよかったです。
こんなに素敵なお部屋、気に入らない人なんていませんよ。
But the most important part is that they're living together.
本当に嬉しそうだ。彼女がこうして笑ってくれていると、私の方も嬉しくなる。リフォーム頑張ってよかったな。
He's so thoughtful.
物件自体は譲渡されたものだが、内装は古いままだったし、結構大変だったんだ。言わないけど。
今回の部屋は散らかってないですね。また片付けから始まったらどうしようかと。
See? Me and Giselle, we were worrying about the same stuff.
ま、1年前は家に呼んだのも急だったので、今回は時間もあったので、きちんとしようと。でも、寝室はまだ片付いていないんです。先に届いた君の荷物も、ほとんどは寝室に置いています。
I wanna go on a sightseeing. I wanna see all of the rooms.
ありがとうございます。そこら辺に適当にポポポーって放置しておいて構わなかったのに。
He's a gentleman. He should do it.
そういうわけにはいかないでしょ。最初に開封した箱が下着入れだったから、困惑して何も手をつけられなかったことも言わないでおこ
う。He's so bashful.
じゃあ早速荷ほどきから始めようかしら。
でもクローゼットとかもまだ揃えてないんです。リビングは体裁を整えましたけど、他の部屋は殺風景で。
That to me sounds like at least 3 of them could be walk-in closets.
そっか。引っ越し前まで忙しいプロジェクトに参加してましたもんね。あの時は毎日目の下にクマを作っていたし、大変そうでした。
Judging from the awful bags you had under your eyes every time I saw you. Have you been able to sleep anything, Michael?
いや、まあそれもあるにはあるんですが、好きなデザインとかもあるだろうと思ったので、一緒に探した方がいいのかなと。
Yes, let's go to IKEA!
もちろん一緒に探しましょう。こういうのってすごく楽しいですね。なんだかその新婚みたいななんちゃって。
She's like, wedding, Newlyweds! Well, I mean, Michael did think about it first.
そうかもしれませんね。というか、もう何も障害はないのだし、今すぐ入籍することだって可能といえば可能だ。
Y'all, does this mean that we're gonna have a wedding? I freaking hope so. Who are we gonna invite? Oh, we have to do a list. We're gonna invite everyone, aren't we? Except, you know, the demons that I shall not name.
ただ、そういうのはきちんと準備してから行った方がいいだろうし、彼女も期待しているだろう。引っ越しのついでで、じゃあ結婚しましょうかというようなものでは。
Michael, you need to do something romantic. You can't just throw it out there. And I love that he's already thinking about it and says that he can't just do that.
いや、私が気負いすぎなのかもしれない。ジゼルはどんな状況でも喜んでくれるのでは？
Indeed, but Michael, please think this over. You need to ask properly. In another setting. Not just, you know, now we've moved in together. How about we get married? No. No!
むしろ指輪だとか花束だとかを持ち出してプロポーズするなんて私たちらしくないような。
But Michael, she would love this. Michael, let her have her fairy tale. What's it called? Proposal. Get out of your comfort zone. For Giselle. We want to make it memorable.
状況にとらわれて大切なことが言えなくなるのは悪い癖だ。よし。やはり今すぐ彼女に告げて。
I mean, he's right, but also, Michael, y'all have got time. Y'all aren't in that cursed mansion no more.
そうと決まれば早く家具を探しに行きましょう。ほらミシェル、急いでください。
Furniture shopping! Yay!
あ、はい。
I like the backgrounds.
結構回りましたね。
しかし、なかなか決まりませんでしたね。
Is that so?
素敵なクローゼットもたくさんあったけど、これからの人生を共に過ごすんだって考えたら、なかなか決められなくて。
クローゼット一つに気合を入れすぎでは。
Maybe, Michael, maybe you should start to overthink. If this is what Giselle is thinking, maybe, you know, you should have a proper plan of how you should propose to her. Okay? And not be just like, well, it's out of character for me to do all those things. Because for her, it's gonna be for her.
でもカタログはたくさんもらいましたし、後でゆっくり見てみましょう。一緒に肩を並べて一つ一つ吟味しましょう。
Oh, and instead of flipping through a book, they're gonna flip through a magazine instead, a catalog, a furniture shop. Now I'm getting that image in my head where they sat at the fireplace.
クローゼット一つにここまで気合が入ると、他の家具はどうなるんだ？
It's gonna take a long time.
今ならインターネットで注文するという手もありますし、歩き回らなくてもいいものが見つかるかもしれませんよ。
but not really the same feeling. I'm just thinking back to how they were at the mansion.
そうかもしれませんけど、やっぱり一緒に歩いて探すのが楽しいんですって。実物を見て、ああでもないこうでもないって話さないと家具にも愛着が湧きませんよ。
That is true. Also, they might look different in real life. And, you know, if we're gonna be couch shopping, then you need to sit and check, is it comfortable? And, you know, the colors might not be the same on the phone as in real life, so...
そういうものですかね。まあ確かに楽しい部分も多かったですけど。
He's gonna be exhausted.
しかし、一緒に買い物に出かけるのがジゼルじゃなかったら、面倒さが勝ってネットで済ましただろうな。
歩き回ったらお腹も減ってきちゃいましたね。お昼はどうしましょう。せっかく中心地まで来たし、この辺りで食べていきませんか？
Yay, lunch break!
そうしましょうか。確かこの近くにいいレストランが。は
あ、そんなこと急に言われても困るっつうの。
What? Who is this? Is this Maria? Is this Maria? Hold on. I need to get some water. I mean, in the first sentence, she's calling someone the B word, so I'm guessing it's Maria. Definitely getting Yukimasa vibes. Yo, I'd cry if this was Yukimasa. I'd cry. Who else would say this? Like, I can't fathom anyone else saying this other than Maria. I imagined her voice to be lower. Yeah, me too, actually. A little bit lower. I also hope their new house isn't cursed. Psych, it's actually Jacopo. I'm eating grapes. Maria coming in like a One Piece character. Maria better have legs in this, because they never drew her legs, is what we got from that backstage pass. That everyone else had drawn legs, but not Maria. We need redemption for Maria. Did they think that we would pass out if we saw her legs? I mean, maybe. Mm. Make Maria's legs great again. I definitely thought, if this is Maria, I would have thought that she would have a little bit of a lower voice, and I am thinking of a specific, you know, Tsunade from Naruto. I would have assumed that she would have a little bit of that kind of voice to her. Let's see who it is.
ん
なんでしょう今の大声。喧嘩か何かかしら。それにあの声、どことなく聞いた覚えのあるような。
確かに聞き覚えのあるような声に思えたな。普段なら厄介事には首を突っ込みたくないんだが。ちょっと近づいてみましょうか。
いや、そりゃ最初から道楽の仕事って話は聞いてたよ。でも急に畳むって言われたら困るに決まってるじゃんか。
It was Maria. It was Maria.
私にだって準備ってもんがあるんだよ。あ、来客が来たから話は後でって、ちょっと
Oh, or like Kaine. Yes, I agree. Agree.
くっしょー、切りやがったなあ、超ムカつく。いいやつだと思って恩を感じてた私がバカみたいじゃんか。これだから道楽で店をやるようなジジイは嫌いなんだ。
Damn. She on fire. They're just mouth agape.
なにあんたたち、見せ物じゃないんだよ。ジロジロみんな。マリアさん？
But is she gonna know?
なんで私の名前知ってんの？どこかで会ったっけ？
Look a little bit closer.
どこかも何もお屋敷で一緒に働いて。
は？屋敷？私家政婦なんてやった覚えないけど。
Wait, can I remove the text so I see everything? Hold on. I just want to see if I can. What did I do?
ついミシェルに接するみたいに話しかけちゃったけど、彼女まで昔のことを覚えているとは限らないわ。
I want to see if I can remove. Ah! Oh. Oh! Hey! This is how you. Oh! You see there, save. Voice save. When it's time to save a voice. I figured it out! Great.
というか、この様子だと覚えてない？
もしかしてお店のお客さんだったとか？おかしいな。あんたたちみたいに目立つカップルは忘れないと思うんだけど。
お店が忙しい時だったから忘れちゃったんじゃないかなと。
Maybe she'll gain a memory of them. Or is it only Giselle and Michael that have the memory of the others?
はあ？あの店が忙しい時なんてこの1年で1回もなかったよ。
そうなんですか。じゃあ よく似た人がいたので、つい声をかけちゃって。
外見も名前も同じようなやつがいるって？ドッペルゲンガーかよ。
Dang! Now we're sounding like stalkers, Giselle!
いつぞやのメルに対する私の受け答えみたいになっているな。
Right, Michael. Right. You saved that situation, so maybe you could save this one. I wonder if we're gonna have options to say stuff.
私たちのことはともかく、何かあったんですか？往来でそんな大声を出すなんて。
見ず知らずの人に言うようなもんじゃないけど、まあいいや。私も誰かに愚痴りたい気分だし。向こうの都合で勤めてた喫茶店が今日いきなり閉鎖になっちゃったのさ。もうほんとありえない。
今日？そんなことってあるんですか？
Wait, we don't have another place to go to?
ひどすぎますよ、それ。労働法はどこに行ったんですか？
労働法っていきなり固いことを持ち出してくるね。
Wasn't that what she was studying?
上の人が話を聞いてくれないなら、法を引っ張ってくるしかありませんからね。
そりゃまあ、大ごとにしようと思えばできるかもしれないけど、正直そこまでするのは面倒なんだよね。
泣き寝入りするなんてマリーアさんらしくないですよ。
Giselle, this sounds weird.
らしくないって知り合いみたいなこと言うな。法律はともかくジジイのところには乗り込むつもりだよ。ただ所詮アルバイトみたいなもんだったし、仕事も変えようとは思ってたんだよ。だから遅かれ早かれ喫茶店は辞める予定だったけど。でもさ、急にお店は今日限りでおしまい、君は好きなところに行ってくれなんて言われたら意味わからないし腹が立つじゃん。
Well, Maria, you need a different plan now. It's just move along.
こっちだって転職の準備もしてないんだし、事前に説明しろって話。向こうは道楽だろうけど、こっちは生活がかかってんだからさ。だから大ごとにしないでも一発殴るくらいはしてもいいかもね。
Oh. Think about it a little bit, Maria. You might end up in, jail.
殴ったら別の意味で大ごとになるのでは。
Right.
なんかあんたたちに話したらちょっと気が楽になったよ。状況は何にも良くなってないけどね。
本当に大変でしたね。何か力になれることがあればいいんだけど、お仕事の紹介はできそうにないし。
もし住む場所に困るような事態になったら助けにはなれますよ。郊外の方に貸し部屋があるので。
マリーアさん？
あんたたち詐欺師か何か？
Dang. She's gonna be like, you trying to kidnap me or something? What is this?
なんでそうなるんですか？純然たる善意です。善意。
Y'all are still random people to her.
いや、ありえないでしょう。道端で出会っただけのやつにそこまで心配したり、住む場所を用意しようとしたり。
To be honest, I would be very wary as well. I'd be like, yeah, no, I'll find somewhere else.
それは並々ならぬご縁を感じまして。
That doesn't make it sound any better. Now you really sound like con artists or traffickers.
わあ、これ絶対詐欺だわ。それかまずい宗教の勧誘だわ。 だから詐欺でも勧誘でもないんですってば。
不安を抱かれるのはもっともかと思うので、無理にとは言いません。ただ、話を聞いた手前、心配にもなったので。身分証明代わりになるかわかりませんが、名刺も渡しておきます。これで少しは不安が晴れるといいのですが。
ミシェルがしっかりしているわ。いつもはミシェルがしどろもどろになって私がフォローする役回りなのに。
Giselle, he actually did quite well in the final door.
それは大昔の話だ。
名刺なんかいくらでも偽れると思うけどね。まあいいや。もらっておくよ。あんたたちが詐欺師じゃなくてどのつくお人よしって可能性もあるんだしね。
They are friendly strangers.
お人よしかどうかはわかりませんが、悪人ではないと思っていますよ。
じゃあ今のところは信じておく。名刺ありがとね。もしも本当にどうしようもないくらい困ったら連絡するかも。
Don't put yourself into trouble, Maria.
どうしようもないくらいに困る前に連絡してくれていいんですからね。なんか妙に念を押すね。いえいえ、タイはないですよ。マリーアさんは追い詰められると暴走しちゃうタイプの人だから、ついつい心配してしまうわ。あんたたちがお人よしの可能性にかけて私の名刺も渡しておこうかな。もう肩書きは無職になっちまったけどね。メールも電話も通じるからさ、なんかあったら気軽に連絡して。ありがとうございます。じゃあ今日のところはクソオーナーに怒りに行かなきゃ。通りすがりなのに話を聞いてくれてありがとね。
She really likes to swear a lot. She's very creative with her words.
いえ、とんでもない。とりあえず、傷害事件だけは起こさないでくださいね。
大丈夫だよ、多分ね。そんじゃね、どっかで会えたらまた。
See ya!
びっくりしちゃいました。まさかマリアさんに会うなんて。
全く身構えてなかったので、こちらも驚きました。しかし、向こうは私たちのことを覚えていないみたいでしたね。
So maybe the others won't really remember them either?
そうですね。もしかしたらそれが普通なのかもしれないですけど、ちょびっとだけ寂しい気もしますね。
仮に覚えていたとしても、実際の歴史では私は彼女と出会っていないんだったな。あんた誰と言われたら逆に悲しい気がするし、これでいいのかもしれない。
ミシェル、どうしたんですか？黙り込んじゃって。
ああ、いや、そうだ。仮に覚えていたとしても、君のことは女中として覚えられているのではないかなと。
そういえばそうですね。あの人にネクラって思われたこと撤回したかったわ。
You're right about that.
まだ根に持っているのか。
It really stuck with her. She's like, she called me a creep.
マリーアさんがいるってことは、やっぱりみんなもこの時代にいるんでしょうか？
Oh, I'm so excited to meet everyone else.
可能性はありそうですね。1年前に公園で話した同窓会も、ひょっとしたらあり得るのかもしれない。
1000-year class reunion.
想像すると不思議な光景ですね。あの人たちが何の過根もなく再び知り合い同士になれたら、今度は悲劇のない関係が築けるのかも。
そうであるといい。もう あんな悲しい事件は起こってほしくない。彼らが再び一堂に会したとして、そこにお前の姿もあるのだろうか。
Morgana.
それとも白い髪の娘が告げたように、お前はもう人の姿ではないのだろうか、モルガーナ。
We had memories of the distant past. Not merely of when we were children, but of our previous lives, of our time in the period known as the Middle Ages, of a cursed mansion that wandered the earth across centuries, of a time beyond time where my soul bore witness to numerous tragedies centered upon that mansion, and of my encounters with the souls bound together by the threads of its curse. But ever since reuniting with Giselle in this era, those memories had begun fading away. Or perhaps they were simply filed away with other memories I had little need to dig out anymore. A small part of me was saddened by that fact, as it felt like I was letting go of an important part of myself. But I chose to view it in a positive light, that I had come to terms with everything that had happened, that the most important thing to me now was to live my life alongside her. As the older memories faded, they made room for new ones, and we had many years of new memories ahead of us. So I settled on leaving the past in the past, to focus on building up my new relationships. And I didn't regret that decision. I had loving parents and friendly, easygoing co-workers, neither of which I'd had in my previous life. Hatred and animosity were no longer constant fixtures in my life. Ah, what a relief! I couldn't say my life had been entirely ridden of fears and anxieties, though. There was still the issue of deciding who I was, what I wanted to be. But I had reached a conclusion on that as well. My body, the source of so much pain and suffering, the cause of great tragedy, and something I had been conditioned to be ashamed of, was now simply a part of who I was, and not the cause for any sort of concern. Which is to say, I was free. With this newfound life of my own, I felt no need to cross paths with those from my past life, and could instead focus upon forging my own path. If they even were here in the same era, they too had their own lives. And that was the proper order of things. Nevertheless, it seemed the threads of fate were not so easy to untangle, and our chance encounter with Maria felt like a snowball beginning to roll down a hill. So that means we're gonna meet everyone else. We talked at length about our past lives, both on the way home and as we ate supper. All it took was one little thing to break the dam holding back our memories. Most of my time in that mansion was, frankly, miserable. There were things that made me sick just thinking about them. Not everything in my life had been cleanly wrapped up, nor had I let go of all my grudges against those who had hurt me. But I also understood that this pain had helped to mold me into the man I was now, so I couldn't simply categorize all those memories as unequivocally bad. While I could hardly say I valued them, I did feel like they were important to who I was. And I hoped that if Morgana was in this world as well, and if she had all her past memories like the two of us, that they were not merely a source of pain for her. While our memories allowed us to move forward, it was just as likely hers would have the opposite effect,
So, for this girl whose existence I couldn't even be sure of, I prayed that her past would not become her ball and chain. That night, I had a strange dream. My view was hazy, and I couldn't tell where or even when I was. My feet weren't on the ground. It seemed I didn't exist in that place at all. What? A park? I felt as though I was looking down upon someone, and as though I was lurking within them. As though I was part of the world itself. A voice crying in despair, tears rolling down cheeks, slouched shoulders, near but forever out of reach. It wasn't unlike the dreamlike worlds I had traversed countless years ago, a powerless observer of events long past.
ねえ、ミシェル。あなたは確かに私を解放してくれたわ。けれどそれは魔女の私であって少女の私じゃない。私の認識を覆した最後の事実は私を魔女でなくすのに十分なものだったけれど、人を呪えなくなったただの少女には新たな苦しみでしかないのよ。
You're not powerless.
その声はモルガーナ、お前なのか？
I
一
wonder
体
if she can hear
どこ
him.
にいるんだ？辺りが薄暗くてよく見えない。まるで分厚い壁が存在するみたいに。お前の声が遠いんだ。
ねえ、ミシェル。ただの少女になってしまった私のこともあなたが救ってくれるの？私の手をもう一度。
モルガーナ、私があの館を解放したことは全てを救う道だと思っていた。全てを良くするための方法だと思っていたんだ。その思い自体は変わっていない。あの館を、終わりのない憎しみと呪いばかりが詰まった世界をそのままにしておくわけにはいかなかった。けれどもしもその結果が今のお前に新たな苦しみを与えてしまっているのなら、私はお前を助けたいし見つけ出したい。けれど本当にそれでいいのだろうか？私がお前の手を再び取ることでお前の生き方は本当に楽になるのだろうか？
He was really able to see her. Like he had a out-of-body experience. Michael, what kind of powers do you have?
いつも通りの朝だ。いや、いつもより賑やかでいい香りもする。
It's because Giselle is here.
あ、おはようございます、ミシェル。もう朝食もできてますよ。
おはよう、ジゼル。早いですね。起こしてくれてよかったのに。それに、全部やってもらわなくても私だって手伝いますよ。昔と違って生活能力はあるんですから。一応。
Does this mean that Michael is the entire package and he knows how to cook food? How to cook food gets you at least 10 points immediately.
いつも卵を焦がすような人に生活能力があるって言われたくないです。
Wait, how long ago was this? Oh, it must have been very recent.
それに今日は作りたい気分だったんです。料理は趣味でもあるんで気にしないでくださいな。はい、席に座って。
じゃあお言葉に甘えます。ありがとう。
いえいえ。あ、
ん？
お目覚めのハーブティーは何になさいます？カモミールの葉なら良いものを仕入れておりますわ。
They really like chamomile leaves.
ああ。ああ。じゃあ水で。
ノリが悪すぎませんかそれ。
彼女は時折女中ごっこをやるんだよな。可愛いけど反応しにくい。
Giselle, in other words, you need to have the maid outfit as well. You know, because you know science. We're just doing an experiment, right, Michael?
あと、うちにはカモミールの葉なんてない。
Then, go shopping!
はい、どうぞ、水です。蛇口をひねるだけなんてつまらなさすぎるわ。
そんなところで不満を漏らされても。
やっぱり1000年女中さんをした身としては、あれこれ世話を焼きたくなるんです。
It's in her nature now.
ところで、勘違いだったらいいんですけど、ちょっと顔色悪くないですか？
そうですかね。眠りが浅かったから寝不足になっているだけかもしれません。
私、隣でなんかしちゃいました？すごい寝相で蹴り飛ばしちゃったとか。
君の寝相がいいことは昔から知っていますから。そうではなく、ちょっと気になる夢を見たので。
I think he's gonna tell her about it. But he's gonna be unsure if it's real or not.
夢ですか？
ええ。彼女、モルガーナが助けを求めているような、そんな夢を。いや、ただの夢だと思います。昨日マリーアに会ったから、彼女を連想するような夢を見てしまっただけなんでしょ
う。Well, it would be a snowball effect.
そうでしょうか。こういうのって意味がある夢なんじゃないかしら。正夢だったら大変なことだわ。仮に正夢じゃなかったとしても何かの暗喩かもしれませんし。
夢の話なのにそこまで信じてくれるんですか？
Because what if it is a premonition? I think so too. I think you had an out-of-body experience and you actually saw Morgana.
当然です。だってミシェルが見た夢なんです。そこに彼女が出てきたのならやっぱり特別な意味があるんだと思います。本当に何でもない夢ならそれはそれで何でもなかったねって笑えばいいだけです。その夢の通りなら彼女もこの世界にいて、そして何かに苦しんでるってことですよね。だったら見つけ出して助けてあげないと。
そうですね。
何か他にも気になることがあるんですか？
いや、うまく説明ができないんですが、とても不明瞭な夢で。あれは今のことだったのだろうか。
Oh?
どういうことですか？
昔、君と歴史を変えようとした時のことを覚えていますか？
はい、もちろん覚えていますよ。あの時代は本当の歴史じゃなかったけれど。でもあの時のミシェルの頑張りがみんなの思いを変えてモルガーナの認識を覆したんです。それは間違いのないことだわ。それであの時代のことが何か？
その時も一度だけ夢の中でモルガーナと会ったことがある。魔女ではなく聖女として生きていた頃の。つまりもう過ぎてしまった過去の夢。
昨晩見た夢もそれに似ていたってこと？
ええ、感覚的には。
Hmm.
だからもしも彼女が何かに困っていたとしても、それがこの瞬間の出来事でないのなら、今の私にできることはないのかもしれない。それに、そもそもの話として、彼女がどこにいるのかもわからないんだ。夢のことは気になるが、引きずりすぎても仕方ないと思う。
But maybe if Michael sees her again in his dream, maybe he can communicate with Morgana and ask her.
モルガーナの似顔絵を描いてこの人を探してますみたいに張り紙を出すとかどうでしょう？
I mean, wouldn't that be pretty creepy? You know, if we don't really have a connection to her in this real life. Well, Morgana remembers Michael at least.
そんな迷子の猫を探してますみたいな張り紙。
I was actually thinking about lost cats and dogs.
でも確かに関係性を問いただされたら困りますね。
Yeah, that's right.
前世の関係者ですとか言っても十中八九変質者にされちゃいますよね。
Yeah, we need to be careful.
できる限りのことはしてみましょう。それに、私たちの縁が途絶えてないのなら、いつか出会えるような気もします。
そうですよ。マリーアさんにばったり出会ったんです。モルガーナに出会えないなんてことはないと思います。その時あの子が何かに苦しんでいたら全力で助けてあげましょうね。
そうですね。やっぱりお人よしと言われても否定できないかもしれない。彼女の女中としての長い悲劇はモルガーナも関わっているのに。ジゼルはモルガーナを恨むどころか助けようとしている。あの時も今も。
Michael and Giselle are very much alike when it comes to like forgiving and moving on and wanting to help others.
どうしたんですか？何か笑うようなこと言いましたっけ？
いや、ただ君のことを好きになってよかったなと。
なんなんですか急に。
昔も今も君には本当に救われている。
そんないきなり言われても反応に困ります。それを言うなら私だって。
This is so adorable!
朝食がすっかり冷めちゃいました。ほら、早く食べちゃいましょう。
好意を示してくれというくせに、いざ示したらこうなるんだからな。
But she likes it. But you know, she gets a little bit bashful. Normal.
そういえば、これからどうしていきたいか、希望はありますか？
これからですか？まずは家具を全部揃えて、調味料が足りないから買い揃えて。
Was that what you meant? Or were you referring to something else, Michael?
いや、そういうことではなく、もっと長い目で。ジゼルの大学生活も落ち着きましたし、どうやって暮らしていきたいのか聞いておこうかと。
月並みな返答ですけど、ミシェルと過ごせるならどんな形でも私は幸せですよ。
そうですか。
でもそうですね、将来の夢ってところだと、前にも言ったようにお店を開いてみたいです。
Oh, what kind of shop? I'm thinking maybe cafe, maybe a bookstore, maybe a flower shop.
具体的なところなんて全然考えてないんですけどね。大学では経済の勉強をしたけど、お金を大きく動かしていくっていうよりも、
Economics, okay.
そうですね、地域に密着できるような個人店みたいなのを目指したいんですよね。
Local family store, like Family Mart?
勉強したのとは方向性が違っちゃうけど。
You know what? It doesn't matter. I didn't do anything with my degree either. Instead of working with people, I work with computers.
とりあえずどんなものでも対応できるように、まずは雇ってもらえるところを探さないとって思ってます。マリーアさんの話を聞いちゃったから、働き口も慎重に探さなきゃって気持ちですし。
お店か。
どうかしたんですか？
いえ、今は気にしないでください。
Does Michael have an idea, maybe?
あ、もしかして働きに出ないで家に入ってほしいとか思うタイプ？
まさか。やりたいことをやるのが一番ですよ。そうでないと質問もしません。
ですよね。でももしミシェルが君は専業になるのだって言ってきたとしても、我を通したと思うわ。今は何の不自由もない生活ができていても、長い人生何があるか分かりませんから。ミシェルに何かあった時、支えるのは私の役目ですからね。
Exactly. You never know the future. You never know the future. And as a couple, you support each other. If one of them falls ill, it's good that the other one has a job as well and can support the other. And there might also be like other things, like there might be layoffs at work, stuff like that.
しっかりしている人だな。私よりもよほど。
一緒に楽しくやっていきましょうね。
ええ、そうですね。
Oh, I love these two so much. We spent the day hunting for furniture, as we had the previous. It was challenging, but eventually we found a wardrobe that felt right. We bought dishes, toiletries, and a number of other daily necessities. With everything in its place, our new apartment finally started to feel like a real home. Once we made it past the hurdle of actually moving in,
Life quickly settled back into its uneventful routine. The fact that it had been a full year since we were reunited made it easier to smoothly transition to normal, everyday life. Time trekked onward, my days busy but largely unremarkable, and with no further unusual dreams to interrupt them. Wait, did it say interpret? No, interrupt. And then, before I realized it, a week had come and gone. That afternoon, I led Giselle out to the apartment building's courtyard. And then I made her a proposition. The idea I had hesitated to bring up a week earlier. About the shop? Huh?
ジゼル、声が大きい。他の居住者の人が。
ごめんなさい。でも、いきなりどういうことなんですか？カフェのオーナーをやってみないかなんて。
A cafe! Oh!
Her face was practically pressed up against mine, and there was a blaze in her widened eyes. This was about how I had expected her to react. The question had both come seemingly out of nowhere, and it was a decision with large-scale and long-term ramifications. I wasn't asking her if she wanted to work at a cafe, but if she wanted to open one of her own. Then Maria can work there! The unused space on the ground floor that Giselle had asked about on her first day here. Ah, no, that's perfect! Had in fact used to be a cafe run by an elderly couple. Eventually it got to be too much work for them to physically handle at their age, and they shut down shop, leaving the space unused for some years. Among other reasons, the furnishings and equipment were old and needed replacing, so no one stepped in to take over the business. The fact that the property was on the edge of town, rather than the heart of the city, also kept a lot of prospective replacements away. Though the biggest reason was no one had been actively advertising the space's availability. Not that I thought a for rent sign over the window would even bring anyone in. But nonetheless, it felt like a waste to leave the space unused. So I had originally been planning to renovate it into another apartment. And as the owner of the property, consolidating it all would make my life much easier. However, if Giselle was interested in using the space to run her own cafe, all that went out the window. Everything was still in the planning phase, so I could change course readily enough. I had enough savings to cover the purchase of new equipment. My parents would also likely try to help, but knowing us, Giselle and I would probably want to handle everything ourselves. But even after explaining everything, Giselle seemed far more perplexed than pleased.
お話自体は嬉しいですけど、でもお店をやりたいっていうのも妄想みたいなもので、現実的にちゃんと考えてなくて。
But it's always nice to try something new, even if it feels like it was unreachable. And now when it's so close to her, I think that maybe she feels a little bit scared, like if she fails. But then she has tried. So that's that. You won't know if you try.
何より私は何の経験もないんですよ。アルバイトくらいしかしたことないのに、いきなりお店を経営するなんて。
You have internet, you have books. Just read.
大学を出たばかりの人間に店そのものを任されるのは荷が重いです。
If anyone can do this, it is you, Giselle. But not only you, but with Michael.
そういう反応をするだろうなと思っていたので、切り出すのも悩んでいたんです。事実、私もこういうのは経験を積んでからやるべきものだと思っていましたから。
じゃあなんで提案してきたんですか？
経験だけで言うなら十分あるんじゃないかと思い直したので。
え？私がいつ仕事の経験をしたって言うんです？
もちろん過去です。確かに今の君は大学を出たばかりの女の子かもしれないが、そうじゃないことを私は知っている。昔の君が生まれ育ったのも焦点だったはずだし、女中として生きた過去も今に活かせるんじゃないでしょうか。
でもやっぱり状況が全然違いますよ。女中さんのお仕事とお店のお仕事はまるっきり別のことですって。
確かに違う仕事ですし、時代も状況も違いますけど、まるっきり別というわけでもないでしょう。
He's so supportive. I love Michael.
人に対する気配りは同じではありませんか。
女中だった時の私は気配りなんて。
あの時だってあったと思いますよ。君自身の心は残っていたのだから。
Exactly.
もちろん強制しているわけではありません。その気があったらやってみてはどうかという話です。ただ挑戦できる土台があるのなら、経験があろうとなかろうと手を出してみてもいいと思うんです。挑戦するなら私も手伝いますから。
なんだか全部お膳立てしてもらって進めるのはどうなんだろうって。
She's worried. She's never done this before. But you'll be okay. You're not alone.
もちろん嫌なわけじゃないんです。私自身がそれでいいのかなって、都合よく乗っかってるだけなんじゃないかって。それにもし失敗しちゃったらどうしようって思うんです。やる前からこんなに心配するのも良くないですけど。
If you fail, you fail. It's another day tomorrow. Hakuna Matata and all that.
店舗を改装するのだってたくさんお金がかかるし、そこまでしてもらって成功できなかったら。
In the end, it's just money. But time is precious.
後ろ向きなことを言うのはこちらの役割で、無鉄砲なことをするのは君の方だったのに、今日は真逆だ。
だって。
But I think she feels responsible if she fails, and she's had this handed to her. Like she's had the place handed to her and like the fundings, and if she fails, she's gonna feel like she wasted it all. But it would have been a different feeling if all of it was her earnings from the very beginning.
迷惑とか他人行儀なことは考えなくていい。というより、考えないでほしい。
Michael won't hold this over your head.
君の人生は私の人生でもあるのだから。
Exactly.
だから私に迷惑がかかるというような理由で悩んでいるのなら、その悩みは無用だ。
Oh my gosh, I love him!
それに、君は全部お膳立てしてもらってと言ったが、こちらが用意できるのは あくまで土台だ。成長させていくのは、ジゼル、君の仕事なんだ。簡単なことではないと思うし、困難も出てくると思う。
But you will have the best support. Michael!
もしかしたら大きくつまずくような失敗があるかもしれないが、それでも構わないじゃないか。
Exactly. It's never just an easy road. It can be rocky too. And like a roller coaster.
その時は一緒に立て直していこう。君がやってみたいことは私のやってみたいことでもあるんだ。まあ一方的にいろいろと言いましたが、やりたくないことを押し付けたいわけではないので。
君の人生は私の人生でもあるって、まるでプロポーズだわ。
You know what, Michael? You might as well be planning something right now for the proposal.
まるでというより、そのつもりでしたけど。君にばかりプレッシャーや責任を押し付けるつもりはないので。もし店を開くのなら、その前に席を入れましょう。
Michael, a little bit casual. I would have liked if you, planned it like romantically, but I guess this your vibe. You know what? I'm not gonna redact any points. Michael is perfect.
ああ、いや、店を開く開かないは別としても、結婚はえ？ジゼル？
Whoa! Whoa! Did she faint? Giselle? Giselle, her face as red as a beet, had fainted. You know what? I completely understand her, because I'm here sitting fawning over these two. I understand. Working up the courage to speak those words had taken a lot out of me, but no amount of preparation was enough for her actual response. We were already living together, so the matter of marriage only made a difference on paper. But I suppose I may have underestimated the potency of the word itself. I had tried to be as casual as possible about it, too. She thinks it's a dream!
夢じゃないですよ。気分はどうですか？まさか倒れるとは思いませんでした。
ミシェル、だっていつも唐突なんですもの。お店のことといい、
落ち着け、言えてない。また倒れるんじゃないだろうな。
結婚のこととか本当にいきなりすぎるわ。私にもキャパシティってものがあるんです。
She got ambushed.
それは失礼。どうにもタイミングや雰囲気を作るのがうまくないもので。
でもすごく嬉しかったです。お店のこともう少し考えてもいいですか？私だけじゃなくてあなたの人生も関わるんだから、真剣に考えなきゃって思うの。
もちろんじっくり考えてください。でも気負いすぎないでいいですから。
わかりました。
Oh, they're so cute! I love them, I love them, I love them, I love them! Giselle fell why can't I read this? Giselle fell uncharacteristically quiet, seemingly deep in thought. Then, quite suddenly, she jumped to her feet and announced, "I'm going to take a little walk." She said she wanted time alone to consider, so I saw her to the door, and then she was off. It was the first time in a while we had been apart on my days off. Perhaps I should have taken this a bit slower, given how significant a choice it was. I was beginning to think that perhaps I had put too much on her plate at once. It wasn't that any of the decisions were going to be unpleasant, but they would still require a great deal of consideration. I'd known Giselle long enough to trust she would reach a conclusion she was satisfied with. But still, I couldn't completely escape from my anxiety. Nonetheless, all I could do was wait.
ジゼルがいないと時間が長く感じる。メールのチェックでもしておくか。何か連絡が来ているかもしれない。
He's already missing her. Or are you worried?
入居に関する問い合わせが一件来ているな。差出人は
Maria!
まさか。
Morgana?
いつもなら悩む役目はミシェルなのに、本当に逆転しているわ。どうしよう。嬉しいことだし、お店もやってみたいけど。ごめんなさい、前を見ていなくて。
Here comes Maria!
ごめん、こっちも歩きながら携帯いじってて。おおほんとよく会うね。今日は一人なんだ。なんか思い詰めた顔しちゃってるけど、彼氏と喧嘩でもした？
No arguments!
いえ喧嘩なんて全然。マリーアさんもお散歩ですか？例の喫茶店の件はどうなりました？
She's gonna be like, well, I beat him up. I spent 2 days in jail.
オーナーにはとりあえず謝ってもらったけど、そんだけさ。まだ次の仕事も見つかってないし、無職でフラフラしているところ。
そうなんですか。マリーアさんっていろいろな仕事を経験してそうだわ。それに人生経験も豊富そう。で、長年女中をやっていた私が言うようなことじゃないかもしれないけど、
どうしたの？なんか言いたげな顔してるけど。
突然なんですが、ちょっと相談に乗ってもらえませんか
？They're gonna be co-workers!
はーん、なるほどね。そんで、あんたは店を開こうかどうしようか悩んでいると。
まあ。
ぶっちゃけ、私としては何に悩んでるのかさっぱりわかんないんだけど。あんたの彼氏、ミシェルっつったっけ？そいつも協力するって言ってんでしょ？失敗が怖いって言っても、そんなん言ってたら何もできないし。そもそもやりたくないとか？だったらわかるけどね。 急に店やれって言われても面倒だもんな。
やりたくないってことはないんです。むしろ本当にお店を開けるのかもって思ったら想像が膨らんで、どんな内装にしようかしらとか、どんなメニューにしようかしらとか、何を売りにしようかしらとか、考えが止まらなくてすごく楽しいんです。
だったらなんで？
多分うまくいきすぎているのが怖いんだと思います。それにお店を開けるって言っても私の力でできたわけじゃありませんから。何もかも用意してもらって。
She doesn't have to feel guilty about that.
普通はお店を開くってみんな苦労して大変な思いをしているはずなんです。そこまでやってようやくたどり着けるところだと思うんです。
But now you have it easy. You have Michael. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. We have different circumstances. Everyone has different circumstances. So
苦労して大変な思いをしたから偉いってわけでも、ましてや苦労したから成功するって話でもないんだよ。もらえるものはもらえるうちに手にしておけばいいんだよ。いつもらえなくなるかわかんないんだから。
wise words, Maria.
遠慮したりまだ早いって思っているうちに手が届かなくなるかもしれないよ。
She's wise beyond her years.
うん。
How old is she supposed to be here? I'm thinking like 19, 20?
全部用意してもらったって思ってんなら、それを後で全部返してやれやいいだけじゃんか。それとも楽な思いをしてるって思われるのが嫌だとか？そんなの思わせておきゃいいんだよ。
Exactly. It doesn't matter what others think anyway. Why would you care about people that you don't know or you don't care about?
マリーアさん。
そりゃ私だって今、うわ、私が大変な目に遭ってるのに、こいつってば超恵まれてるって思ってるよ。
あ、思ってるんだ。
でも、私とあんたは違うんだし、そんなところで恨んでもしょうがないもんね。
Exactly. She's so right. She's so right.
何？そんな驚いた顔して。私変なこと言った？
すごくいいこと言ってますよ。思わずびっくりしちゃうくらいに。だって私の知っているあの時代のマリーアさんはまさに恨みで悲劇の引き金を引いた人だったから。あれも館の呪いが後押ししていたのかしら。本当だったらこんな風にさっぱりとした考えができる人だったんだわ。マリーアさん、ありがとう。悩んでいたのが嘘みたいにすっきりした気分です。
それならいいんだけど、私が何か言った程度ですっきりできるんなら、もともとは大きな悩みなんかじゃないんだよ、きっとね。
True, true.
そうかもしれませんね。自分自身で勝手に悩み事を大きくしちゃってただけなのかも。でもまだ大きな心配事が解決していないんです。そしてそれについてはぜひ一緒に解決してほしいんですけど。
Hire her.
一緒にって、私が？一体何を？
お店を開くの手伝ってもらえないでしょうか？急なお願いだって分かっているんですけど、実際に何をしていけばいいのか分からないことが多すぎて。
If anyone would know, it is Maria. She was the boss lady.
マリーアさんみたいな経験者がいてくれると心強いなって。
いくらなんでも突然すぎでしょ。この前出会った程度の人間と一緒にビジネスやろうって話じゃん。
That is indeed very crazy, but
考えなしにも程があるって。ほんと超ウケる。
ですよね、やっぱり。私にとってはこの前出会った程度じゃないんだけどな。すみません、マリーアさんの事情も考えず、今のは忘れてもらえると。
断るなんて言ってないんだけど。
mm-hmm. This is gonna be a fun duo.
いいよ。こういうのも何かの縁でしょ。どうせ無職だし、仕事をもらえるんならありがたいや。
いいんですか？こんな急な話で、これから先どうなるか全くわからないのに。それに出会ったばかりなのに私のことを信用してくれるんですか？前は詐欺とか勧誘とか疑われてましたけど。
自分から誘っておいて何なのさ。運を天に任してみる気になったんだ。私のことは気にすんなって。この前はああ言ったけどさ、信じられるような気がするんだよね、あんたのこと。
Good gut feeling, Maria.
どっかで一緒に仕事したような気がするっていうか、私も何言ってるのかわかんないな。
No, you are right.
だからま、そういうことで、これからよろしくね、店長さん。
店長さんっていうのはまだ気が早いけど、でもよろしくお願いします、マリーアさ
ん。さすがに一から店を立ち上げるのは私もやったことないから楽しみだよ。はい、
頑張りましょう。
I knew they would link up like this. Now she's telling him. When Giselle returned, it seemed as though all her apprehensions had vanished in a puff of smoke. She was set on moving forward with the cafe, and evidently she had also found someone to lend her a hand, Maria. I was more than a little curious as to how exactly the pieces fell in the way they did. Maria had just lost her job, though, so the arrangement worked out well for everyone involved. And then after Giselle had filled me in on everything on her end, I gave her an update of my own. There would likely be someone moving in on the second floor in the near future. And our prospective new tenant was possibly someone we both knew quite well. Morgana! Has to be, right? Giselle's weekdays from then on were spent scrambling to sort through the mountain of tasks that would be necessary for opening a new cafe. I think it is Morgana. I mean, we did get those ending credits scenes where she entered like some kind of an apartment complex, and she would talk with the landlord, and then she opened up the door and it was Michael and Giselle. Even when I was at the office and not around to help, she sent me regular updates on her progress. Because we weren't in the city and the majority of customers were likely to be locals, she said she wanted to make it into a comfy, inviting space. I helped out whenever I had time off work. And time again, I found myself amazed at the progress. At this pace, it seemed likely the cafe would be ready to open for business in time for summer. The other day,
Maria had apparently brought in an acquaintance of hers to construct a counter. An acquaintance? Jacopo? And the both of us were quite caught off guard when we found out exactly who that acquaintance was.
マリアさん、おはようございます。おはようジゼル。今日は例のやつが来るからさ、後期使っちゃってね。住所も伝えたし、そろそろ到着すると思うよ。
Must be Jacopo.
いやいや、古希使うなんてそんな。むしろ手伝わせてしまって申し訳ない気持ちです。本当なら業者の人を雇うようなものなのに。いいんじゃん。力仕事好きだって言ってるし、物作るのも好きみたいだし。
Loves building stuff and hard labor. Could be Gratien.
できることは知り合いで済ませていった方がいいんだよ。こういうのはさ。じゃあ、お言葉に甘えちゃいますけど。誰が来るのか聞いてなかったけど、マリーアさんの知り合いって言うんだし、やっぱり、ヤコポさんなのかしら。
すまない。少し遅れてしまった。
Yukimasa? What the? Yeah. How do you all know each other? Wow, this is not the style I would have thought Yukimasa to have, although he still has the same haircut. He really must love that haircut. But dang, is he tall! Well, they always did say that he was tall. Oh, Giselle, the reaction is
彼女は大丈夫なのか？妙な反応をされてしまったが。
Excuse me. Excuse me, why does Yukimasa also sound?
彼女は大丈夫なのか？妙な反応をされてしまったが。
I'm weak.
いや、気にしないでいいよ。この子たまに変な反応するんだ。
そうか。はじめまして、相田です。今日はよろしく。何でも手伝うから遠慮せずに力仕事は任せてほしい。
With that voice, you can lift me as well. What?
はい、ジゼルです。よろしくお願いします。
I'd also be very wary.
本当に大丈夫か？
大丈夫です。大丈夫じゃないです。一体どういうつながりなの？どうしてマリーアさんとユキマサさんが仲良くしているの？
Y'all, if Michael is not like, oh, eucalyptus, they missed.
彼らの間に何があったの？
Right?
早速作業を始めようか。木材はもう届いているんだったか？だったら先にノコギリで解体した方が 運び入れやすそうだ。
So Yukimasa is a handyman here as well. Add points. Add points. So, well, this is quite nice. That is, you know, we can't just guess it right. Because we'd assume that it was Jacopo, because they know each other. This is very, very good. I like this. This is random.
こういうのは手慣れているから任せてくれ。
それって人間の解体で手慣れているってことじゃないですよね。
Let's not jump to conclusions, Giselle. She's making me worried. Neither Giselle nor I had expected him to show up at Maria's introduction. Nonetheless, work progressed smoothly. And by the time the last vestiges of spring began yielding way to the coming summer, the cafe's interior design had largely taken shape. And then, near the end of May, our apartment's newest residence was scheduled to arrive. We both took the day off, waiting impatiently for her arrival. We prayed it would be the reunion we had long anticipated.
はいはい、ちょっと待ってください。
ああ、私が出ますよ。
Will she remember them instantly?
きっと引っ越してきた子ですよ。一緒に向かいましょう。
ああ、やっぱり2階の新しい人ですね。いらっしゃい。そしてその時、私たちは全てが希望に満ちていると信じてやまなかった。全てが好転し、幸福の上に成り立つ再会であると信じてやまなかった。過去とは異なり、この時代に苦しみは存在しないのだと。もはや悲劇は起きないのだと。全てがゼロになり、新しく始まったのだと、そう思っていた。事実、それは間違いではない。ただし、正解でもない。ただ、知らなかっただけなのだ。私たちが関わりを持たなかったこの1年の間に、彼らに何があったのかを。私たちはもう傍観者でもなければ、彼らに介入できるような特別な存在でもない。これは私たちの手を離れた彼らの日常だ。そしてもう一度歩き出し、再会するためのそれぞれの人生の物語。
1 year earlier. Early April. Reincarnation, seeing glass. When you think of Paris, what comes to mind? Baguettes. Baguettes, croissant, and that little red hat. What's it called? What's it called? Delicious French cuisine, fancily decorated sweets, trend-setting fashion. There's all that and more. It's like a treasure chest, overflowing with priceless wonders. Did I miss anything? Oh, I guess there are lots of historical landmarks too.
But I could care less about boring stuff like that. I didn't want to go to Paris to feel like I was at school. I wanted to be wowed. The Chateau de Versailles I could make an exception for though. Oh, I really want to go there. I want to see that. But this was my first ever vacation without my mom. Just me and my friends, and I wanted to have as much fun as I could. And I wanted to have as much fun as I could. Okay. I want to go to a cafe. I want to get chocolate from a chocolatier. I wanted to use all of the allowance I'd saved up to see a show at the opera house. Is this Nelly? I had plans to keep me busy for days, and yet somehow... Whoa! I was standing smack in the middle of a busy sidewalk all by myself.
今日に限って充電器をホテルに忘れちゃうし、公衆電話なんて見つからないし、大地見つかったとしても電話番号なんて覚えてないし。
Well, I forgot my charger at the hotel as well this weekend. I feel you.
もう知らないところで携帯が使えなくなるのがこんなに困ることなんて思わなかったわ。
Is there power banks in this age? I was in Paris with a few of my friends for spring break. But we got separated and my phone was out of battery, so I had no way of getting in touch with them. Somehow I feel like she's gonna meet up Mel. She's gonna bump into Mel. I went into a bunch of different shops to ask if I could borrow a charger, but they either said they were busy and sent me away or only had an outlet to offer. Though the worst was when they didn't speak English at all. Which was pretty disappointing. You'd think they at least speak the language in the fanciest shops in the city. Though maybe it wasn't fair to think the world revolved around me because I spoke English. But that's beside the point. That's probably what French people are thinking. I was stranded in the middle of Paris and nothing changed that. What was I going to do? Just go back to the hotel, maybe? If my stupid phone were working, we could have just met up somewhere and this would all be over. But no, I just had to die on me. How did people even survive without phones before? Way to ruin my trip. Jeez.
ねえ君、何か困っているの？
Is this Mel? Is this Mel?
誰かしら？知らない人の声だわ。きっとネリーが可愛いから親切を装ってどこかに連れ込む気ね。街で声をかけてくるような男は用心しなさいってママが言ってたもの。ふんだ、その手には乗らないわよ。
I can match that voice with Mel.
いいえ、何にも困ってません。一人で解決できますのでお構いなく。
And she probably turns around, sees him, and is like, "Ah, my prince! You look dashing!" Yo, he got style too! Look at this cutie! I knew it! She about to faint.
そっか、余計なお世話だったね。じゃあ気をつけて。
She's like, no! You ain't going nowhere!
困ってます。もう死ぬほど困ってる。一人じゃ解決できないくらい困り果ててたの。
you know what? Relatable. Relatable. Oh, my camera was blocking him. Ta-da! Surprise! This is the reveal.
あれそうなのさっき困ってないって言って
She regret! She regret! Y'all, I would damsel in distress myself as well. Nelly... Fist bump.
言ってません。聞き間違いです。だからその助けてくれると嬉しいわ。
あ、そう
この人はネリーが王子様って呼んでた近くの学校の男の子だわ。なんでパリにいるの？
That's so random that they're both here. Must be fate. Well, at least they're not related here.
こんな偶然ってある？神様ありがとう。今日はついていないどころか超ラッキーだわ。
The second I saw him, I went stupid. At least you know. You know what? I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. Would do the same. Would do the same. He had the same soft flaxen-colored hair and gentle eyes as me. There was no way he wasn't my prince. Every day on my way home from school, I would try to find him. A glimpse from behind or the side was enough to make my day. I first caught sight of him just after I started secondary school. There was an event going on at a nearby school, and I happened to see a bunch of guys leaving. There were so many of them, but my gaze still gravitated toward one in particular. Him. And from that moment, he was my prince. My friends made fun of me for having a prince at 14. We were practically adults by now. But I didn't care what anyone said. He was my prince. And now for some reason, he was here in Paris and not at school in London. If this was a dream, I hoped I would never wake.
じゃあ助けになるよ僕でできることなら何でも言って
やっぱり王子様だわ。
今なんて
こっちの話気にしないで。友達と合流したいんだけど携帯の充電が切れちゃって充電器も忘れちゃって。
そうなんだ機種は何充電器持ち歩いてるからもしかしたら使えるかも見せてくれる
これなんだけど。
This is where one of them is an Android user and the other one is an iOS user. I'm not feeling the Android vibes. I think they're both Apple users. When I handed him my phone, our fingers brushed against each other for the briefest of moments. My face went red in an instant, and I could feel my heart pounding in the back of my throat. Every day, I'd wished I had the courage to talk to him after school, but I'd never managed to gather up enough to actually do it. Never in 1,000 years had I expected my dream to come true on this trip, and for it to be him who talked to me first. The longer I gazed at him, the more handsome he seemed, and he was super kind to boot, the very image of a prince.
あ、これなら僕の充電器も使えるよちょっと待ってね繋いでおくから数分もすれば電源が入ると思うよ
Oh, he's like, why is she moving closer to me?
なんか近いんだけど。
ごめんなさい。ネリーってばつい。
Oh my god, that was awkward. Oh my gosh.
ネリーって言うんだ。可愛い名前だね。
Yo, she's gonna faint. Y'all! Y'all, there's an earthquake! There's an earthquake, but it's only Nelly. It's a Nelly quake. He just called me cute. I mean, yeah, I was cute, obviously, but hearing it from him was another thing completely.
大丈夫？なんか顔が赤いし、プルプルしているんだけど、病気？
She's gonna be like, yes, it is so cold, please hold me. And he's gonna be like, well, I have this thick sweater, you can have it. And she'll be like, darn it! My plan failed.
いたって健康体よ。なんかすごくびっくりしちゃって。だって学校からの帰り道であなたのこと見てたから。
Wow, that's bold! Did I say bold or bald?
え？
Was you supposed to say that out loud?
今のはちょっと言い間違えたわ。見かけたことあるからってことね。
He's like, she's definitely a stalker.
あ、そうなんだ。それは奇遇だね。実は僕も何度か君を見かけたことがあるんだ。なんだか気になる子がいるなって。
Now the Nelly quake is on again.
それってもしかして一目惚れ同士の相思相愛ってこと？そこまでラッキーが重なっていいの？
She's quick to jump to conclusions. I mean, interested might be one thing, but you know, love at first sight, that's attraction.
変な意味じゃないから気にしないでね。髪の色とかすごく似てるし、どこかで会ったような気がしただけなんだ。
She's like full on love mode, and he's like, well, we have the same hair color. You know, it kind of feels like I've seen you because we go to the same school.
変な意味でもいいのに。さすがに相思相愛はないか。そんなに都合のいい話はないわよね。
Yeah, she crazy. He'll be like, we might be distant cousins or something. I'd fall through the ground.
でもネリーのことを知っててくれたなんて、それだけですっごく運命的。これからお近づきになれば十分可能性があるんじゃない？
I hope this doesn't go as smoothly as it might.
それで、なんかずっと黙りながら僕のことを見つめてるけど、大丈夫？
He's gonna call the cops on you.
大丈夫よ。
あ、本当かな。 あ、もう電源つくみたいだよ。友達に連絡したらどうかな。
ありがとう。ちょっと電話しに向こうに行ってくるわ。ここで待ってて。
うん、それはいいけど、ここでできない電話なのかな。
あ、もしもし。そうなの。途中で電池が切れちゃって、今ね、凱旋門が見える大通りにいるわ。でも合流するのは後にしない。なんでって、その、なんでもよ。後で詳しいことは説明するわ。
She wants this to be a date and not a quadruple date.
とにかく今はネリーのことは気にしないで、みんなで好きにしてて大丈夫よ。変なことに巻き込まれたわけじゃないから。急にごめんね。また後で連絡するわ。じゃあね。
I mean, ditching your friends like this as well, and they're probably being worried too. I'd be pretty irritated, but since she's a kid, I mean, it's fine. You learn. But this is how you also lose friends. You know, just ditching them. Nelly? I think that Nelly would be the girl who saw a really hot guy, someone that she'd be like, oh my god, that's my prince. Everyone's at the club. She's there with her friends, her girlfriends, and she just bails on them. She just forgets about them. Yeah.
あ、戻ってきた。どうだった？すぐ合流できそう？
それなんだけど、また困ったことになっちゃって。みんなツアーに参加してるみたいで、すぐ合流できそうにないの。
Her level in damsel in distressing herself is at maximum. This competition.
しかも結構長いツアーみたいで、終わるまでネリーは一人で待ってないといけないの。
そうなんだ。君を置いて先に行っちゃうなんて薄情な友達だね。
Oh no, making them look bad. Nelly, you have to say something.
そうなの、薄情なの。みんなごめんね。
Now Mel is probably gonna be irritated at her friends and be like, you don't do that to your friend. You don't just leave. Bathroom break. Well, that's what happens when you make up lies. They come back to haunt you.
I am not in trouble. Yes, Nelly, you are the trouble. Same eye color. Are we related? Oh, y'all. Nelly really put herself into trouble. Like, imagine the two of them bumping into her friends and Mel lecturing her friends about not leaving their friend. That's gonna be awkward. She trapped herself. Not a very nice thing to do. She could have... Oh. She could have explained to her friends. And maybe they would have understood that she needed to damsel in distress herself. She could have said something else. Hi, Mike! Has Jacob made an appearance? No, he hasn't. Not yet. Let's continue.
ちなみになんてツアーなの？
それはなんか遺跡を巡る的な？
The underground passages, maybe?
そうか、遺跡巡りツアーか。確かにこの辺りの観光地だと見るのも時間がかかりそうだよね。
そうなの。それでね、もしもあなたに時間があったら、
どこかでお茶でもしようか？
Oh my gosh, she's so excited.
元気な返事。
She's like, it's all going according to plan.
そうだ、一応自己紹介をしておくよ。僕はメル。君の近所の学校に通っている17歳。よろしくね。
もう知ってると思うけど、ネリーよ。あなたのメルの近所の学校に通っている14歳。よろしく
ね。じゃあ行こうか。
やっぱりこの人はネリーの王子様だわ。ネリーのしたいことを先に言ってくれるなんて。今日は本当にいい日。最高の一日になりそう。
Ooh, nice!
たくさん歩かせちゃってごめんね。この時間だと中心地の方はどこもいっぱいだよね。入れそうなところでも僕たちの年齢だとちょっとハードルが高いっていうか。
全然気にしないで。どんなところでも大丈夫だし、むしろおしゃれなところを探さないでもいいと思うわ。
Nellie's fine as long as she's with Mel.
そう言ってくれると助かるよ。クラスの女子は男がカフェに誘うなら綺麗でいいところに連れて行かないとって言うんだよね。そうしたいのは山々だけど、学生にそんなことを求められてもなーって感じでさ。ってなんか愚痴っぽいね。ごめん。
Nellie doesn't care as long as she's with Mel.
ネリーも同意する。それにおごってもらおうなんて思ってないわ。ネリーだってお小遣いもらってきてるし、普通に半分こしましょう。
え、それでいいんだ。クラスの子の意見とは全然違うな。
ネリーは今時の男女平等な考えを持つ女の子なのよ。 まあ相手が王子様じゃなかったらクラスの女子に同意なんだけどね。
It's only Mel gets a pass. I knew it.
嬉しいけど、やっぱりちょっとは出させてよ。僕の方が年上なんだし、アルバイトもしているからね。
そうなの？じゃあお言葉に甘えようかしら。アルバイトって何をしているの？王子様なんだし、きっと素敵なアルバイトだわ。高級レストランのウェイターさんとか。
I wonder if it has to do anything with church. I could see him at a bookstore. Like a librarian or something. He liked to read.
骨董品屋の店番。
Oh!
暇なのがいいんだよね。
Oh! I like that. Antique shop.
そうなんだ。へえ。でもそういうのも変わっててありだと思うわ。
ありがとう。あの路地の向こうにカフェみたいなのが見えない？ほら、看板が出てる。
本当だわ。こんなところでお店をやっててお客さん来るのかしら。
地元の人だけが知る隠れた名店かもしれないね。行ってみよう。これは隠れた名店っていうより
営業しているのかしら。一応オープンって書かれているけど。
We stood before a lonely, weathered cafe. It was so sad I wasn't sure if it could even be called a cafe anymore. It seemed like someone kept it clean, at least. But it still looked like it could fall down at any second. Even the windows had turned cloudy. I hesitantly peeked through, and inside I saw a young waitress gazing off into space. Alarm bells were going off in my head, and under my other circumstances, I would have turned back and gone somewhere else, right then and there. But it did have one thing going for it. There were no customers at all. It would be beyond impossible to find another establishment in Paris as empty as this one.
他のところを探そうか？ゆっくりはできそうだけど、さすがにパリに来てまでこんなお店は嫌だよね。
I mean, it can still be cozy.
確かにちょびっと不安はあるけど、ここでいいと思うわ。逆にパリでこんなお店に出会えること自体面白いし。
It's like a new experience.
そうかい？君って冒険心あるんだね。僕より勇敢かも。
そうかしら。
She just wanna spend time with Mel. That's about it.
メルと一緒だから誰もいないようなところがいいの。なんて言ったらどんな反応されるかしら。
Oh, she's so simple-minded. So simple-minded. Like we all just knew.
僕もだよ、メリーとか言ってくれちゃったりして、それでそのまま素敵な雰囲気になって。
What in the love and deep space?
ネリーはね、メルと一緒だから誰もいないようなって。あれ？
Huh? Oh, he just left? He went in there maybe?
おーいネリー、そんなところでぼんやりしてどうしたの？早くおいでよ。
ちょっと待ってってば。
Oh, cozy.
珍し しいお客だ。いらっしゃいませ。お好きな席にどうぞ。店員さんがお客を珍しがってどうすんのよ。
お店の中は思ったよりも普通だね。せっかくだし窓際の席にしようか。
This said 1 year earlier, right? In April 4th. Mel was right. The cafe was much nicer on the inside than the exterior suggested. It was neat and tidy, and the pleasant aroma of coffee filled the air. The furnishings and decorations were a bit on the old-fashioned side, and there was no hiding the fact it was dead. But it did still have a kind of cozy atmosphere to it. That's what I said! Of course, I'm sure I only felt that way because I was with Mel. If I had been with friends, I probably would have been complaining so much that I couldn't find a single thing to like about this place. Figures. Mel courteously led me to a table by a window. What a wonderfully chivalrous gentleman he'd been raised as. The waitress came and took our orders as soon as we sat down. Mel asked for a coffee, and I asked for a soda. 17-year-old and drinks coffee? I thought coffee was disgusting at that age. She didn't bother to hide how not at all thrilled she was to have to do work, but she wasn't rude or dismissive to us either. And once our drinks arrived, Mel and I started chatting. I could hardly believe this was our first time ever having a real conversation. It honestly felt like we'd known each other for ages.
Hey, それじゃあ海外旅行は初めてなんだ。
そうなの。一応小さい頃に家族旅行で海外に行ったことはあるんだけど、その時の記憶なんて全然ないし。だから実質これが初めての海外って感じかしら。メルはどうなの？よく海外に行くの？
いや、そんなことはないよ。そんなにアクティブな方じゃないし、家で本を読んでいる方が性に合っているんだ。
We're the same, Mel. We're the same.
そうなんだ。それならどうして今日はパリにいたの？一人旅行なのよね。
旅行っていうより買い付けかな。ほら、骨董品屋でバイトしているって話しただろ。店主さんがぎっくり腰になって旅券が無駄になりそうだったから代わりに行かされたんだよ。用があるのは明日の飲みの市だから、今日は自由に散歩していたんだ。そこで君を見つけたってわけ。へえ、
お仕事で来てたのね。大変だわ。
いや、仕事ってレベルじゃないけどね。だいたい僕じゃ目利きもできないし、何を買えばいいのかもわからないよ。店主さんもどうせ旅券が無駄になるくらいなら若いやつに海外旅行でもさせておこうって思ったんだろうね。あの人偏屈なじいさんなんだけど根はいい人なんだ。だから恋には甘えておこうかなって。ただで旅行できるし、まさに棚からぼたもちって感じだよ。
そうなのね。ねえ、その飲みの市、メリーも一緒に行きたいわ。楽しそうだもの。
いいよって言いたいところだけど、友達と一緒に来ているんだろ。みんなをほったらかしにしたらダメだよ。
Like, you know, she's already done. But he doesn't know. But it's good that you're saying this, Mel. I mean, I wouldn't expect less of Mel. He's one of my favorites, so makes sense.
でもみんなとはきっといつでも旅行できるし。
そうとは限らないよ。僕も初等教育の頃、 いつでも会えるだろうって思っていた友達がいたけど、学年が上がったら離れ離れになったんだ。だからその時その時を大事にした方がいいんじゃないかな。友達だってネリーと一緒に旅行するのを楽しみに思っているはずだよ。
A round of applause for Mel. He's gonna be a wonderful adult as well.
それはそうかもだけど、確かに友達を放ってこっちに来ちゃったのはちょっぴり罪悪感があるわ。メルと一緒にいたいけど、あんまり勝手なことしてたら友達なくしちゃうかも。でもメルと出会ったのだって大事にしたいわ。一緒に飲みの市行けるような機会なんてめったにないだろうし。
え？イギリスに帰ってからじゃダメなの？イギリスにだって飲みの市はあるんだし、何も君までパリの骨董品にこだわる必要ないんじゃない？いい
の？もちろん一緒に出かけたいわ。
Cute.
よし、じゃあ決まりだ。後で連絡先を交換しようよ。
こだわっているのは骨董品じゃないんだけどね。
でも君がそんなに骨董品に興味があるなんて思わなかったな。今時の女の子って感じなのに、人は見かけによらないね。
She's just adjusting to you. Y'all, I still feel like I wanted a little bit more of Morgana and Mel. Anyone else?
このお店に興味を示したのも君の方だし、アンティークなものが好きなんだね。遺跡巡りのツアー行けなくて残念だったね。
遺跡巡り？ああ、そうね。本当に残念だわ。ネリーは歴史の授業が一番好きだから楽しみにしてたの。危ない。遺跡巡りのツアーなんて嘘をついてたことすっかり忘れてたわ。
You're gonna forget this story and you're gonna stumble and he's gonna be like, huh, didn't you say? But you know what? She's 14. So she's gonna make these mistakes. She's gonna stumble over herself just to fit in with Mel and his vibe.
それに歴史の授業なんてこれっぽっちも好きじゃないし。
僕も歴史の授業は好きだよ。あんなにたくさんの戦争があって、国の解体や統合が繰り返された後で今に繋がっているんだって思うと。
Oh, so I mean, Nelly, if you're gonna be with Mel, he's gonna talk about this. Are you even gonna be listening?
なんか不思議な気持ちになるよね。感慨深いっていうか、僕たちも無関係じゃないんだなって。あ、そうだ。君はどの時代が好き？
Oh, she's doomed. She's doomed. She's gonna say something like something French.
どの時代？そうね。
Oh, good.
マリー・アントワネットの時代かしら。
And she's probably thinking because pastel colors, bakery desserts, and pretty dresses.
フランス革命か。あの辺りは激動の時代だよね。いろいろなフィクションの題材にもなっているし、人気があるのもわかるよ。
She's gonna be like internally, that's the only one I know.
そうよね。本当にドーンって感じでバーンって感じよね。
それじゃあもうコンコルド広場行ったかい？
コンドル広場？うん、もちろんよ。すっごく素敵だったわ。 マリー・アントワネットの大好きなコンドルが大きく飾られてたわよね。え、何か間違えたかしら。マリーの好物ってことじゃないの？話がいきなりコンドルに飛ぶし、わけわからないわ。
僕の発音が悪かったね。コンコルド広場だよ。ルイ16世がギロチンで処刑されてしまった広場さ。
ルイ16世ってギロチンで殺されたの？怖ー。
And she's like, spoiler alert!
ねえ、君、本当に歴史が
それよりも、最近流行っているドラマの話をしない？
What are they even gonna talk about if they don't have similar interests?
いいけど。
はあ、危ない危ない。このまま話したらネリーがバカだって思われちゃうわ。歴史に興味がないだけでバカなわけじゃないもん。音楽の成績は結構いいし、でももしかして常識レベルの話だったのかしら。もうちょっと勉強しよう。
Actually, a good motivation.
それでメルはどんなドラマが好きなの？
He's gonna be like a History Channel.
ドラマか。実はあんまり見ないんだよね。あ、でも子供っぽいって思われるかもしれないけど、好きなアニメがあるんだ。
Oh? What is it? I wonder if they can name drop an anime in this game, or if they have to like censor it, but you know which one it is.
ニャッキーパンチって言って、猫のニャッキーが力ずくで何もかもを解決していくストーリーなんだけど、これがなかなか笑えてさ。
That is this original? Does it one punch as well?
どうも、コーヒーのおかわりなんてどう？
あ、じゃあもらおうかな。ネリーはどうする？同じものでいい？
どうしようかしら。せっかくだし違うものにしてみるわ。店員さん、何かおすすめはある？せっかく聞いてもらったところ悪いんだけど、この店これといって特別なものは置いてないんだよね。メニューにあるのも定番どころだけだし、コーヒー豆も近所のコーヒーショップから仕入れているやつだし。そうなの。ますますどうして潰れてないのか不思議になってきたわ。強いて言えばカフェオレかな。私がうまく作れるってだけだけどね。じゃあそれでお願いするわ。どうも、毎度あり。にしても観光客がこの店に来るのはほんと珍しいや。どこから来たのさ？
イギリスです。ロンドンの学校に通っているんです。
へえ、いいね。大都会じゃんか。それならパリに来なくったって面白いものもたくさんあるっしょ。
いや、そんなことないですよ。知らない場所はやっぱり新鮮に感じるし。
お姉さんはイギリスに来たことってある？だいぶ前にね。一人でバックパッカーしてた時にちょろっと回ったよ。物価が高いのと飯がまずいので割とすぐ退散しちったけど。ってごめん、イギリスの子に言うことじゃなかったね。今の忘れて。
割とよく言われることなんであんまり気にしてないです。
Really?
でも美味しいものだってちゃんとあるのよ。スコーンに生クリームをたっぷり乗せて紅茶と一緒にいただくと本当に素敵なんだから。
That does sound good.
ああ、アフタヌーンティーだっけ？確かにそういうのはやらなかったな。今度行ったら試してみるよ。それならイギリスに来た時に連絡して。 ネリーが美味しいお店を教えてあげるわ。
Aww.
そうだわ。メルも一緒にアフタヌーンティーしに行きましょう。3人でお茶したら楽しいと思うの。
そうだね、いいアイデアだ。人数がいた方がああいうのは楽しいだろうしね。
それお世辞じゃなくて本当？嬉しいこと言ってくれるね。後で私の連絡先渡しておくよ。じゃあ飲み物のおかわり作ってくるから。会話中断させちゃって悪かったね。兄弟で仲良く旅行なんて羨ましくてさ、ついつい話しかけちゃった。
And sorry for butting in on your little sibling vacation time. Uh.
いい旅行になるといいね。兄弟だって思われちゃった。普通デートって思うところじゃないかしら。
She's like, bummer! And then she's probably gonna be like, wait. Does she think she can snatch Mel away from me?
ネリーはデートって思われたいの？
いや、
冗談だよ、冗談。会ったばかりでデートなんてさすがにね。僕たちそういうんじゃないし。
Real.
そうよね。そういうのじゃないものね。
But you can become friends out of that, so don't worry.
でも兄弟って思われるのちょっとわかるかも。ほら、僕たち結構似ているしさ。
そんなに似ているかしら。ネリーはそうは思わないんだけど。
そっか、ごめん。兄弟みたいに似てるって思うと親近感が湧くから僕は嬉しかったんだけど。
あのね、嫌だったってわけじゃなくて、ネリーだってメルに似ているのは嬉しいけど、その兄弟って思われるよりも。
思われるよりも？
恋人。
Hey, the music!
あ、電話だよ、ネリー。友達からじゃない？きっとツアーが終わったんだよ。
Is that her ringtone? She has this melody as her ringtone!
そうかもね。
It really was my friend's calling, and since I had answered with Mel sitting across from me, I couldn't lie to them anymore. Which meant I had to meet back up with them, and the end of my time with Mel. I wished I could stay longer, but sadly, that was life. We exchanged phone numbers before leaving though, so it wasn't like that was my last chance to ever see him. I was looking forward to going back to England much more now. Which was especially funny considering when we landed here, me and my friends were all clamoring about how we wished we could live in Paris. But now my beloved London was where I wanted to be the most. Because Mel? Oh yeah, and I also got the waitress's number too before I left. And she told me with a big smile on her face that I could call her anytime whenever I visited France. I was thinking maybe I would ask her for the answer to the biggest mystery of my trip so far, how that cafe was still in business when no one visited it. Jokes aside, I would probably try to get in touch with her sometime.
She was a very friendly woman, not afraid to speak her mind, and I thought we would get along wonderfully. But more importantly, she was too old to go after my Mel. Mm. That's why. That's why she bonded with her so quickly. She's like, okay, she's way too old for Mel. We can hang out. Dee. I really like these backgrounds. They're really beautiful.
この辺りでお別れだね、ネリー。今日は君に会えてよかったよ。友達と仲良くね。
後でたくさんメッセージ送るわ。ミルも明日の飲みの市頑張ってね。
ありがとう。変なものを騙されて買わないよう気をつけておく。じゃあまたイギリスで。
またイギリスで。本当に夢みたいな時間だったわ。いつも学校帰りに見つめていたあの王子様がネリーのことを知っていたことも、旅行先でばったり出会えたことも。
But y'all had different views of this date.
あんなにたくさんお話できたことも、最高。
At least she's happy, and Mel is happy as well.
この幸せな気持ちがいつまでも続きますように。
It's like she has a celebrity crush. That kind of thing. I managed to meet back up with my friends, but my head was stuck in the clouds the rest of the day. We went to a lovely cafe together, and we got chocolate from a chocolatier together, and we did everything I wanted to do in Paris. But all the pretty sights and fancy shops melted away, for that one quiet cafe burned into my memory. And his smile in profile as he gazed out the window. In every single version of Nelly, she adores Mel. He is her world. Spring vacation was over in the blink of an eye, and before I knew it, I was back to my hectic school life. I had a club to participate in, private lessons to attend, and so much other work it was enough to make my head spin. Grown-ups, or well, at least Mom, always talked about how students had it easy compared to them, but being a student sure didn't seem easy to me. Dealing with people was especially a pain, and I wish she would stop acting like being in school was all fun and games. That said, things had been going amazingly well for me recently, so I couldn't really blame her for thinking that. The biggest, most important thing was obviously being able to talk with Mel. Whenever I sent him a text, he always made time to send a reply, and whenever I sent him a cute sticker, he always sent one in return. Aww, love that. And every time, it put a stupid grin on my face. I even got my phone confiscated once for messing with it in class. We hadn't gone anywhere together yet like we said we would in Paris, but we'd been talking about it and making plans for a while now. And when we saw each other on the way home from school, he always waved. Things were going quite well, if I did say so myself. We were practically, literally going out by now. When the other girls in my class saw us, they would squee about how jealous they were that I was actually getting close to my prince. And Who could blame them? Mel was a wonderful boy. But he was my wonderful boy. I wouldn't let them have him, no matter what. So anyway, things between me and Mel were going smoother than I could have ever dreamt of. But today, he wasn't responding to my texts. Normally, he sent something back pretty quickly. Had something happened? Had I said something that upset him? Or was he getting tired of all my messages? I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept looking at my phone every few minutes. I didn't see him on the way back from school. So I was nervous. I was a nervous wreck the entire way home.
ただいまー。あら、お客さんかしら。男の人の靴が2足分？
Maybe Mel knows her brother or something?
誰だろう。ねえママ、誰か来ているの？
ネリー、ちょうどいい時に帰ってきたわ。そろそろ連絡を入れようかと思っていたのよ。
ん？
Or maybe he just came here and asked for Nellie. Oh, I didn't even read that. I walked into the living room and Mom was standing there waiting with a big smile on her face. It had been a while since I'd seen her in such high spirits. Behind her I could see two figures. One was a man I didn't recognize, and the other... Oh hell no! Oh hell no! It just dawned on me. It just dawned on me. The mom is introducing her new man. And the son is Mel! Y'all, they're not getting away from this fate. They're not getting away from this fate, are they? Was the prince I hadn't heard from all day.
ネリー、なんで君が？
Oh my gosh, their parents are dating.
それはネリーのセリフだってば。どうしてメルがうちにいるの？これって一体どういう状況？
あら、もしかして二人とももう顔を合わせてたの？じゃあ話も進めやすいわね。ママね、また結婚することにしたのよ。
I knew it! Oh my gosh! They're just destined. They're just destined to be somehow siblings. At least they're not blood related, right? Oh, this is troublesome.
はあ？何言ってんの？突然意味わかんないんだけど。
こらネリー、女の子がそんなはしたない大声を上げないの。説明が遅くなったのは悪かったけれど、これでも何度か声をかけたのよ。あなた 最近私の話を聞こうとしてくれなかったじゃない。
でもそんな急に再婚とか勝手に決めるなんて。
急に驚かせてしまってすまないネリー。挨拶もろくにしないまま再婚の話をされても困ってしまうよな。
Yeah, even the father's voice. I'm like, Kakashi, is that you? Ah.
はじめまして。いや、久しぶりって言うべきかな。今日は話し合いのためにここへ来たんだ。君の意見を無視して強引に決めることはないから安心してほしい。
For the first time in many years. Had I met him before?
驚いたな。妹がいるっていうのは聞いてたけど、まさか君だったなんて。でも他の知らない女の子と家族になるよりずっといいよ。結構ほっとしてるかも。
And she's like, no!
ちょっとなんでメルも完全に受け入れる姿勢なのよ。ママが再婚するってことはつまりここにいる全員が家族になるってことよね。
And Mel is like, because he doesn't have those kinds of feelings towards Nelly, he's gonna be like, so? Well, at least I know who you are and I like you.
そんなことしたらネリーはメルと兄弟になっちゃう。
And Mel is gonna be like, haha, Maria back at the cafe was right then. Hee hee.
僕と家族になるのは嫌かい？
嫌ってことじゃないんだけど。ちょっと待って、よく考えるのよネリー。再婚しても義理の兄弟ってことよね。だったら心配することはないのかも。
It's still weird as fuck. But I have already battled this. I have battled this with Love and Deep Space as well. With Caleb.
昔ドラマで見たことがあったわ。親が再婚して同じ屋根の下で暮らすようになった義兄弟がゆくゆくは結婚する話。
Oh, thank you, Nils. I am having a lot of fun with this. And I'm so relieved that we have voice actors. I am really relieved that we have voice actors. Not that I don't like reading, I like it very much. But it can really strain one's throat.
それならむしろ一緒に暮らせるんだし、いいことしかないんじゃ。そうよ、今までよりずっと近い距離でネリーの可愛さをアピールできるじゃない。ネリー天才かも。
Nelly, you think that this is gonna work? But it's just gonna be platonic from Mel.
ネリーだって一人っ子は寂しいって何度も言ってたじゃない。確かに親の都合で振り回してしまったことは悪く思うけど、 でもこれで本来の家族の姿が取り戻せるんですもの。前向きに捉えてくれたら嬉しいわ。
ちょっと待って。本来の家族の姿って？
The way it was supposed to be.
やはり伝わってなかったのか。実は再婚は再婚でも事情が少し違うんだ。私たちは14年前に離婚をしていてね。
Oh? Oh? Yo, I can't get it out of my head that the father looks like Kakashi. Give me the father.
つまりもともとはみんな一つの家族だったんだ。本当に久しぶりに娘の顔を見られて嬉しいよ。
Oh. Do-do-do-do. Excuse me? We were divorced 14 years ago? We were all one big family once? I'm so glad to be able to see my daughter again. What on earth was this man on about? They're blood related. It all sounded like a bunch of nonsense to me.
急な話だもの。驚くのも無理ないわ。実は私たちが離婚したのはネリーが生まれた直後だったの。
待ってよ。何それ？冗談でしょ？それって、つまりメルはこれから義理の兄弟になるんじゃなくて。
Exactly, because you're, blood related.
最初から血がつながっているってこと？
Yeah, she's about to throw herself out the window.
ええ、そうよ。メルはあなたのたった一人のお兄さんよ。だから仲良くしましょうね。
Do 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 do. Everything they were saying was gibberish to me. Why couldn't they just say it was a joke so we could be done with this? It felt like the floor was sinking away from under me. And if it couldn't be a joke, how about a bad dream? I came home from school to find out I suddenly had a brother. And of everyone in the world, it just happened to be my prince. As I stood there in silence, the blood draining from my face, my mom and this man, who was supposedly my dad, kept on talking and talking and talking. About how, when they first split up, they were on such bad terms they were certain they would never speak again. About how my mom tried to get custody of both of us, but it was decided she was too sickly to raise 2 children on her own. About how they bought this house together when they first married. That must have been why it had always felt so spacious. The living room was too big for a single mother and her daughter, and the master bedroom was even worse. And then there was the other bedroom that nobody used at all. But whenever I asked her about it, Mom got really moody, so I avoided the subject. It wasn't like it caused any problems for us after all. But this was not the answer I was expecting.
ネリーが高校に入ったら全部を打ち明けようって思っていたんだけど、長い時間が過ぎたことでママたちにもわだかまりがなくなっていったの。
They're just destined to be siblings.
それで最近パパと会うようになってね。昔のことが嘘のように仲良く話せるようになっていたの。
もう一度やり直さないかという話になったんだ。どうだろうネリー、一緒に暮らしてくれないかな。
Y'all, I also want to live with Kakashi. I mean, no, mm.
空白の時間は長いが、やっぱり家族は全員で過ごすのが一番だと思うんだ。
Stop it. You can't just decide everything. This is my life too. Quit smiling like you think you're doing what's best for me. I hate you. I hate this. I hate everything. Every new word they said felt like it ripped another hole in my heart. Were they monsters? Did they not realize they were ruining everything? Taking away everything that made me happy?
どうだろうってそんな。ネリーは。
I wanted to say, I think it's the worst idea in the world, but I bit my tongue. Yes, I was still shaken by all this new information. And yes, I was still angry about them doing this behind my back. But that was all irrelevant in the face of the fact that Mel was my actual blood-related big brother. Even if I opposed their marriage and stopped them from moving in, it wouldn't change anything. There was nothing I could do to fix it.
ねえ、本当に血のつながった兄弟なの？何かの間違いってことはないの？
それはママが保証するわ。あなたたちは正真正銘の兄弟よ。
二人ともこんなに似ているんだ。疑いようがないだろ
う。
ネリー、僕と兄弟だっていうのはそんなに嫌なことなのかな。僕たち仲良くやれてたし、正直喜んでもらえるんじゃないかって思っていたんだ。僕は嬉しかったしさ。
Because you don't have these feelings toward Nelly, but Nelly isn't because she had different feelings. Lovey-dovey feelings.
嬉しかった。
そうだよ。ネリーと話すのは楽しいし、兄弟だって分かって納得できた部分もあるんだ。僕が君を見て気になる子だなって思っていた理由さ。小さい時に君を見ていたからだ。3歳の頃の記憶なんてほとんど残っていないし、君だって赤ちゃんの頃とは全然違うだろうけど。
Oh, so he saw his sister in her.
やっぱりなんとなく妹がいるっていうのを覚えていたんだと思う。だからこうして改めて顔を合わすことができて嬉しいんだよ。あ、ごめん。君が僕や父さんと一緒に過ごしたくないって思うのならそれで構わないんだ。何せ急なことだものね。
そうじゃないの。ネリーも嬉しいわ。メルと一緒に過ごせるなんて。
あ、そっか。よかった。
That part wasn't a lie. Of course I wanted to be around him. Of course I wanted to spend as much time as I could with him. But still, I couldn't bring myself to be excited about it. Because we were going to be together as family, as brother and sister. Nothing more. Had Mel only been so gentlemanly in France because some part of him realized I was his sister? Did he not see me as a girl at all? Was all that progress I was so excited about just a figment of my imagination? Afterwards, I just spaced out. Everyone was talking about how excited they were for all the fun things we would do together, but it felt like they were actors on stage and I was in the audience at the very back. They tried to cheer me up, tried to say I could tell them anything. But no, I couldn't. I could never tell them what was really troubling me. Besides, they seemed to be enjoying themselves just fine without me. I couldn't barge in on that and say, no, I don't want us to be family. I could read the room well enough to realize that. Mom was always telling me I was spoiled and self-centered. But the truth was, I held myself back plenty. We had supper together that night, and then Mel and his dad went back to their house. Mom tried to get them to stay the night, but his dad turned her down, saying I probably needed time to process everything. And he was right. I was on the verge of breaking down already. If Mel was to stay the night, I probably would have snapped. Maybe his dad could see that the smile I was putting on was fake. And then, when they were gone, Mom started acting really let down, and seeing her like that, I almost blew up at her. Whose fault did she think this was anyway? Why was she acting like I was the one being unreasonable? Maybe she should look in a mirror. But I bit my tongue before I started lashing out at her. It was easy to get upset at her, and as far as I was concerned, I had every right to be. But the problem was, yelling at her wouldn't solve anything. I could yell and shout and scream until my throat went raw, but it wouldn't do anything to soothe my aching heart. I could run away in a fit of rage, and it still wouldn't change a thing. It would be anger for its own sake, and it would wear me thin. There was no solution. My only choice was to face reality. Oh, what a cozy room! And all the plushies. But I couldn't just snap my fingers and tell myself to move on. It wasn't that easy, not even close. I spent the whole night letting off steam, screaming on the inside about everyone and everything, hurling my favorite stuffed animals around my room, pounding my fists into my pillows until they were flat. Anything to vent even a little bit of frustration. Until I passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, my face was covered in dried streaks of tears. I couldn't go to school looking like this. So I told my mom I was feeling ill and stayed holed up at home all day. But no matter how frustrating or infuriating life gets, time only ever moves forward. It doesn't stop to let you collect yourself, and it especially doesn't go backwards. So things kept progressing around me, not giving me a chance to come to terms with any of it. And then, before I knew it, a full week had passed.
深呼吸よ、深呼吸。なんでもないように振る舞わなきゃ。これからは家族よ、家族。ネリーはただの妹。そんな簡単に割り切れたら苦労しないわよ。なんなの本当に。ネリーはずっと見てたのに、校舎の窓越しにずっと。
I had been blue all week long. 7 chaotic days was all it took for my mom and Mel's dad to finalize their remarriage. I didn't raise any objections, so everything rushed along unhindered. They filed all the paperwork, and now we were officially a family, though it didn't feel like it one bit. Officially a family again, I guess. It was decided that we would all be living together in my mom's house moving forward. And now I was standing outside, waiting for Mel to arrive. Obviously, I was nervous about suddenly having 2 new people living in the house. But we had spare rooms, and it was Mel's dad who owned the house, so I had no place to complain. Supposedly, the reason my mom got the house instead of him was because I had just been born, and he wanted to make sure I could be raised comfortably. Mel's dad said he tried again and again over the years to convince Mom to let him see me, but every time she always sent him away. Because of that, a week ago was the first time I'd ever met Mel's dad, so I was having trouble bringing myself to call him my dad, even if we were blood related. I felt kind of bad about it too, because he did seem really happy to see me. So I decided I would at least try to do it when I was talking to him. Plus, how Mom was treating him seemed really unfair, completely cutting him out of our lives and then bringing him back again out of the blue. The way he bent over backwards to do whatever we needed sure made it seem like he was trying to make up for something. So maybe he was at fault for the divorce. But that didn't mean Mom was innocent. Anyway, I didn't know what happened back then, and I wasn't interested in finding out either. I was socially adept enough to know that you shouldn't try to dig up dirt on people right as they were celebrating having put in the past. I wasn't that stupid. Though, for the most part, I was just indifferent to it all. I loved relationship drama, but only between kids my age or celebrities. That was fun to talk about, but how was I supposed to react to my parents' relationship drama? And not just everyday drama, all the nasty stuff that had led to them getting divorced. I couldn't think of anything else. Anyway, getting off track. So Mom and Mel's dad suggested we go on a family vacation to celebrate us all getting back together. And that I was absolutely 100% against, so...
あの車かしら。とにかく沈んでばかりじゃダメよ。せっかくメルを迎えるんだから笑顔にならないと。確かにすぐに割り切ることなんてできないけど、メルと一緒に暮らせること自体は夢のような話だわ。だから余計に悲しい気持ちと嬉しい気持ちで板挟みになっちゃうんだけど、今は無理やりにでも前向きにならなきゃだわ。
As the car got closer, I could see it was moving company's van. It parked in front of our house, and the passenger's door swung open.
あ、ネリー、まさか 玄関で待っててくれたの？そんなことしなくても普通にチャイムを押したのに。
そこはもっと喜んでくれるところじゃない？ネリーはメルの到着を今かと待っていたのよ。
They're like still doing the same expressions, even though it's a different style. I love it.
ごめん。ありがとう。嬉しいよ。
もっと気心が知れた仲だったら飛びついたりできたのかも。遅いわお兄様なんて言って。なんでお兄ちゃんじゃなくてお兄様なのかしら。変なの。王子様呼びしてたから？まあいっか。
Well, if you only knew.
荷物運ぶの手伝ってあげるわ。あんまり重たいのは持てないけどね。
ありがとう。助かるよ。部屋まで運ぶのは業者さんがやってくれるから、段ボールの開封を手伝ってくれると嬉しいな。
わかったわ。任せてちょうだい。
I'd never moved in my life, so it was kind of mesmerizing watching the moving man carry all Mel's boxes in. It sure didn't seem like he had all that much stuff though. Was it normal to only need a handful of boxes when moving? Or was Mel just super good at packing?
なんとか一段落ついたかな。ありがとうネリー。手伝ってくれて。
This is also a cozy room.
全然大変じゃなかったから大丈夫よ。むしろ少なすぎないかしら。本当に荷物はこれだけなの？
うん。あんまりいろいろと買う方じゃなくてさ。でもおかげで持ち運ぶのも楽に済んだし、よかったよ。
やっぱり荷物はあれだけだったんだ。本当に最低限って感じだわ。着回しできそうな服に学校の本に。
And that is okay.
なんかちょっとイメージと違うかも。シンプルな生活が好きなのかしら。メルは趣味みたいなのはあんまりないの？好きなこととか。
Well, don't you remember that he likes history really much?
趣味か。そうだね。これと言ってないかも。本を読むのは好きな方だけど、読書家ってほどでもないしね。
ちょっと意外だわ。同年代の男の子たちはゲームとかスポーツとか何かしら熱中してたわ。メルはストイックなのね。
ストイックってそういうんじゃないよ。ただ、いや、なんでもないんだ。そういうネリーは？
ああ、ネリーは音楽が好きよ。自分でもよく歌うし、好きなバンドのコンサートに行ったりもするし、あとね、オペラも興味あるわ。
オペラってすごいな。14歳の趣味にしてはリッチだね。
Indeed.
ママが好きなの。それで小さい頃から何度か連れて行かれて、最近良さが分かってきた感じかしら。
へえ、そうなんだ。すごいね。
あれ、なんかちょっと反応が悪い？ネリーの気にしすぎかしら。それにさっき何か言いかけたような。
あ、それで今日はどうしようか。
そうよね。
Mel had moved in without his father today. Because he and Mom were on vacation together. It was originally planned to be a family trip, as mentioned earlier, but I was having trouble enough coming to terms with things as is. So I said I didn't want to go, and when I wouldn't budge, they decided they would just cancel the trip instead. Which also made me feel bad, because there I was again, going around and ruining their plans because I was self-centered brat.
At which point, Mel threw me a lifeline.
じゃあ旅行は2人で行ってきたら？積もる話もたくさんあるだろうし、新婚みたいに楽しんできたらいいよ。正直僕もこの前パリに行ったばかりで、今すぐ旅行って気持ちにはなれないんだよね。勉強も溜まっちゃってるし。でもせっかくの機会なんだし、旅行自体を保護にするのはもったいないって。仕事も都合をつけてきたんだろ。だったら僕たちのことは気にしないでよ。その方がこっちも気楽だしさ。
あの時は本当に助かったわ。あの人たち何でもかんでも勝手に決めちゃうんだから、浮かれすぎにも程があるわよ。
確かにネリーのお母さんってば、旅行の話をするとき10代の女の子みたいにはしゃいでいたね。見てるこっちが恥ずかしくなったよ。
The second-hand embarrassment when she started jumping around like a little girl was pretty painful. Mel can get second-hand embarrassment pretty easily, it sounds like.
あとネリーのお母さんじゃなくて僕の母でもあるのか。なかなか慣れないよね、こういうの。
やっぱりメルだって戸惑っているんだわ。ネリーだけがオロオロしてるわけじゃなかったのね。ちょっとほっとしたかも。
それに助け舟ってわけでもないさ。僕だって2人の間に挟まるのは嫌だったもの。家でゆっくりしていた方がずっといいよ。
Right, he did like to be at home.
そうよね、そうよね。じゃあ早速だけどお昼にする？まだちょっと早いけど動いたらお腹空いてきたし。
いいね、そうしよう。お昼は何にするつもりなの？もしかして作ってくれ？
もちろんピザを注文するわ。
Pizza!
あんなに不健康な食べ物はいけませんとか言ってママったら宅配ピザを許してくれないのよ。そういう割にはママの料理だって揚げ物ばっかりで、体の悪さだったら変わらないわ。むしろピザの方が健康的。
I mean, she's not wrong.
一瞬でも女の子の料理を期待した僕がバカだった。ちなみにネリーって料理はできるのかい？
うん、やったことないわ。
家庭科の授業とかあるよね。
あんなのやったうちに入らないわよ。全部丸焦げにしちゃったし。
Now Mel is like, I'm gonna starve. When's our mother coming back?
そこまで失敗できるのもある種の才能だよ。
あ、でもね、お菓子作りはたまにするのよ。そうだわ、メルのためにたくさんお菓子を作ってあげる。明日はクッキーで、明後日はチョコケーキ、しあさってはプディング。3食お菓子でもいいわ。
それこそ病気になっちゃうよ、ネリー。明日から料理は僕が作ろう。
And he sounds so bummed out about it too.
あ、もう到着したみたい。宅配ピザって早いのね。
僕が取ってくるよ。お金はそこの棚にしまっているんだっけ？ネリーはテーブルの準備をしてくれる？
任せて。ふふん、お客さんが来た時用の綺麗なテーブルクロス敷いちゃおうっと。すごいすごい、こんなに大きなピザは初めて見たわ。コーラもあるし、アメリカのドラマみたい。
大げさだな。ネリーはもっと上品なのが好きなんだと思ってたよ。ほら、アフタヌーンティーとかさ。
もちろん好きだけど、 いつもお上品にしてたら疲れちゃうでしょ。それに今はママがいないんだし、目いっぱいダラダラするの。
例えばポテチを食べながらソファーでゴロゴロしてドラマをぶっ通しで見続けたり
そういうのがしたいわ。今日はドラマを見る日にしちゃいましょ。家事も宿題も何にもしないわ。
Ah, sounds like a wonderful day.
もうネリーったらはしゃぎすぎだよ。でもたまにはそういうのもいいかもね。
でしょでしょ。引っ越し初日にめんどくさいことをするのはなしよ。楽しみになってきたわ。
ネリー、楽しむのはいいけどとりあえず食べようよ。せっかく熱々で届いたのに冷めちゃうよ。
あ、そうね。じゃあいただきます。
一気に頬張るから。
We continued chatting about whatever came to mind over the freshly delivered pizza. An endless stream of laughter made even the run-of-the-mill pizza taste better than a proper home-cooked meal. Better than a meal at a high-class restaurant even. My phone buzzed. It seemed like Mom and Mel's dad were having lunch now too. She wanted to know if we were eating properly, if anything had happened, if we were doing all right. She said she felt bad about leaving us behind. Could she be any more melodramatic? I was 14. I could handle not having my mom around for a few days. Gosh, what a worrywart. I really wanted to reply saying, "We're having lunch now, and it's much more fun than your dumb vacation would have been." But I decided Mom probably wouldn't take it very well. So I went with a simple, "Doing perfectly fine, enjoy your trip." As much as I had mixed feelings about what Mom had done, I certainly didn't wish ill on her or her. I'm seeing this correctly, right? I certainly didn't wish ill on her or his vacation. But it says her or her. Not to mention, I could probably push for her to bring me back some real nice souvenirs. Anyway, I wouldn't have had nearly as good a time staying home if Mel wasn't here with me. Just being with him felt like it could make anything fun. I was anxious about being alone with him at first, but now I was just giddy about all the possibilities. We could watch TV together, we could try our hands at cooking together, maybe I could even have him help me with my homework. Mom and Mel's dad were planning to be gone for a week, but as far as I was concerned, they could stay away for a whole month. Then again, it wasn't like Mel would be leaving. We would have plenty of time to spend together even after this. And maybe after enough time, my love would turn into proper familial love. That sounds good. That sounds perfect, actually. Because then nothing unhinged will happen. No maybes. I had to make it change. You go, girl. I enjoyed being with him so much I was sure I'd be able to make it work. I had nothing to worry about. Yeah, everything was going to be just fine.
あ、ネリー、そのグラス僕がキッチンに持っていくよ。
今指先が触れたわ。やっぱり心配することだらけよ。そう簡単に気持ちなんて切り替えられないわ。
This is gonna be a very long years for Nelly.
But she's trying. Just as I said we would, we spent the day lazing about watching TV. For supper, we had leftover pizza. Before I knew it, the sun had set and it was almost time for bed. As lazy I had been, though, I wasn't about to skip my shower. Mel offered to let me go first, which I did appreciate, but I also wished he would put himself first sometimes. He was family now, after all. So I made him take the first shower, and now...
どうしよう。なんだか意識してきちゃったわ。だってシャワーを浴びているってことは今メルは
Nelly! Get a grip! Get a grip! Get a grip!
ダメよダメ。ネリーの変態。なんてこと考えているのよ。でもメルだってこの家での生活に慣れてきたら無防備な姿でリビングをうろうろするかもしれないし。
Familiar love, Nelly! I'm trying to hypnotize you! Familiar love! Woo. Do I have any fairy dust?
だってドラマではよくあるものね。男兄弟がパンツ一枚でうろちょろして妹が「ちょっとお兄ちゃん服着てくれない?」とかいうシーン。さすがに初日でそんなことにはならないと思うけど、でも無防備な部屋着で出てくる可能性はなきにしもあらずだわ。
Girl! Take your own advice!
おいネリー、シャワー上がったよ。お次どうぞ。
そうするわ。どんな部屋着なのかしら。
He's probably wearing a teddy bear suit, right? No, that's so cute! She's not impressed. I love this. I love this. She's so bummed out that she didn't get to see him topless.
ん？どうかした？
ださ、その服子供っぽすぎない？
There's a cat on it.
そうかな。ほら、前に言ったニャッキーパンチの T シャツだよ。可愛いと思うんだけどな。
Right.
メルって私服のセンスは悪くないのに、なんで部屋着だとそうなるのよ。
It's his interest.
そんなに幻滅するほどでもないだろう。部屋着は気楽に着られるものが一番いいじゃないか。
I feel like she's gonna be like, well, I'd rather you have a barrel and suspenders, or just suspenders.
そうね。でもそれ家の中だけにしてね。王子様が台無し。
そこまで引く？だいたい王子様って何なのさ。
こっちの話よ。じゃあネリーもシャワー浴びてくるわね。うっかりいつもの部屋着にしちゃったけど。
Cute.
このネグリジェよく考えたらセクシーすぎないかしら。
I don't think he's gonna think anything of it.
ママと二人暮らしの時は女同士だったし、ネリーも背伸びしたかったからこれでいいわって思っていたけど。
Maybe a little too dressed up. But it's cute. I like the purple.
いくら実の兄とはいえ、生まれてからずっと会ってなかった男の人の前でこの格好は不死だら ゃない？
I think you're thinking about it way too much.
でもアメリカドラマの女の子はもっと開放的だし、これくらいどうってことな。
あれネリー、もうシャワーから上がってきたんだ。意外と早いね。女の子はもっとゆっくり入るんだと思ってた。あ、ごめん。急に話しかけて驚かしちゃった。寝る前にキッチンで水を飲んでいこうと思ってさ、通りがかったものだから。
そうなんだ。その
He's like, what? Am I supposed to see something?
じゃあもう夜も遅いし、ドラマを見る会はお開きだね。僕はもう部屋に戻るよ。また明日ね。
Acting like a proper brother.
無反応だったんだけど。
Although, if it was my brothers, they'd be like, what the heck is that? Why is it ugly? Even though it isn't ugly, they'd still be like, oh, that's so ugly.
待って、このお洋服どうかしら。
Nelly!
どうって、かわいいワンピースなんじゃない？ちょっとまだ寒そうなデザインだけどね。じゃあ、おやすみ。
I love that he does not have a care.
ワンピースじゃなくてネグリジェよ。
As if he knows the difference.
メルのあの反応、一つ屋根の下に女の子が住んでいるようなものには思えないわ。
It's you who's overthinking it.
やっぱりメルにとっては妹以上には思えないのかしら。それが正しいじゃない、メリー。だって妹以上に見えちゃったら待っているのはただの地獄よ。
What was it that you said about familiar love? Yes. That is something you should strive for. And indeed, misery for everyone.
ここが今日から僕が寝起きする部屋か。前よりはずっといいけど、振り回されっぱなしだよ。でも、どうせ家族ごっこなんかあと1年だ。高校を出たら、この家だって出ていくさ。でも、ネリー、あの子があんなに慕ってくれたのは予想外だな。彼女が気に入っているのも、どうせ僕の外側なんだろうけど。
The garden!
ところで、あなたの大事な女の子って誰だったんでしょうね。今のあなたならバラの時代のこともわかるのでしょう。かつては大事にしていた妹をバラの時代では気持ち悪いって言って遠ざけたんですよね。ねえ、あなたって本当はひどい人だったのね。
Stop this Mel slander. Nah, I will not have it. I will not have it. Morgana, this is bullshit, and you know it. This is bullshit. What do you mean? a terrible person. Nah. Do not lump him together with Jacopo and Yukimasa. Mm-mm.
あなたみたいな人が大切だとか大事だとか上辺だけの言葉を吐いているのを見ると笑いが止まりませんよ。
Morgana, sometimes you are just very wrong. I will not have any male slander here.
お兄様。お兄様に恋人ができたら、ネリーはたくさん泣いて、たくさん嫉妬をして、
Oh my
たくさん
god.
怒るわ。
Ugh. It's a throwback to door 1.
でも、いつかは諦めたわ。だって仕方のないことだもの。報われないって分かってたもの。なのに、どうして妹だったの？
It was a curse, okay?
なんだ今の夢。妙に生々しくて変な感じが。一人の女の子が僕をひたすら憎んでいて、もう一人の女の子が苦しそうに泣いている。どっちも身に覚えのないことのはずなのに、覚えてないということ自体がひどく罪深いような。それにもう一人の女の子の声はネリーのものだったような気がする。
Flashbacks.
ただの夢だよ。考えすぎだ。だってあの子とはずっと会ってなかったんだ。お兄様なんて呼ばれたこともない。それともあんな夢を見てしまうくらい思っている以上に気にかけているのかな。
No, that's not it.
確かに一緒にいると楽しいし、あの子が妹でよかったって思っているけど、何にせよ夢は夢だ。寝直そう。
Just a bad dream. Go to sleep.
でもこんな風に寝苦しい夜も懐かしい気がするな。
Maybe we'll meet up with the white-haired girl as well. It would be really nice if she actually also got reincarnated.
ねえ、起きて。メル、ねえってば。
Y'all, I'm scared. I'm scared that she will be wearing the white-haired girl's wig. You know that image. I'm scared. Oh, great. We didn't get jump scared.
ああ、何事ってネリーか。そんな大声を出して起こさないでも。
あら、だってメルってば何度声をかけてもぐっすりなんだもの。意外とお寝坊さんなのね。
He could barely sleep.
そこまで寝坊したかな。っていうか勝手に部屋に入ってくるのはちょっと。
いいじゃない。だって家族なんでしょ。だったら気にすることなんてないわ。さ、早くリビングに降りてね。今日はネリーが朝食を作ったんだから。 楽しみにしててね。
なんて嵐のような目覚めなんだろう。
I ended up not getting much sleep last night because of that dream. Which was strange, since normally I didn't have any trouble sleeping, even in unfamiliar environments. But anyway, I needed to get changed and head down to the living room quickly. If I dawdled for too long, Hurricane Nelly might decide to come back around for a second visit. I had been planning to make breakfast for both of us, so I wasn't sure how to feel about her having beaten me to the punch. It would be fine, right?
これはなんというか朝食っていうよりもおやつだね。それも胸焼けしそうな。
Diabetes on a plate, what the frick? What? She has a Marie Antoinette kind of breakfast. It was anything but fine. I'd stumbled into the living room still half asleep, but when I saw what was spread out on the table, I jolted awake in an instant. Nelly stood in front of it, her arms spread wide and a giant grin on her face. Some kind of freshly baked pastries drenched in chocolate, decorated with whipped cream and sprinkles. And inexplicably with a candle sticking out of each one. My mind would have preferred to believe this a continuation of my nightmare, rather than accept the dizzying saccharine fog hanging in the living room as reality.
胸焼け？そんなおじいちゃんみたいなこと言わないで。食べてみたら絶対気に入るから。ほら、
That for sure isn't to be eaten that early at breakfast, but you know. You only live once.
食べるって食べるけど、あんはやめてほしいな。一緒にいるのは楽しいけど、さすがにこのままの食生活だと身が持たない。
How long did they say they were gonna be alone? 1 week, right? He's not gonna die in 1 week. Ever so slowly, I carried a forkful into my mouth and was practically knocked out cold by an onslaught of sugary violence. Good description. It was so intense, I wanted to munch on a salt lick just to counter the sweetness. After forcing myself through one chocolate death cake, Nelly giddily announced that I was welcome to as many more as I wanted. Chocolate death cake. I politely turned her down.
それで、今日は何をして遊ぶ？
Nelly looked up at me with a glimmer in her eyes. It was Sunday and we had nothing scheduled for that day.
そうだな。外に出かけた方がいいかもね。
昨日はずっとドラマを見てたものね。じゃあどこに行く？動物園？遊園地？それともショッピング？
スーパーに行って食材と日用品を買ってこよう。いい加減料理もしていかないと。あと家事もしよう。
Sounds like a plan.
何それ地味。ママ不在の優雅な1週間にふさわしくないわ。だいたいご飯なら毎日宅配ピザでいいじゃない。
1週間後には洋服が入らなくなっているかもね。それでもいいのかい？
Nothing's gonna happen on 1 week.
それは。わかったわ。じゃあスーパーに行きましょう。でもその後は遊びに行くのよね。
その後は宿題をしよう。 ネリー、明日は学校だよ。土日分の宿題が出ているはずだけど、何もやっていないだろう？
でも、せっかくお引っ越ししてきたばかりなのに、こういう時くらいサボったって罰は当たらないわ。
それはダメ。宿題はちゃんとやらないと。じゃないと、次のお休みが来ても一緒に遊ばないよ。
She's gonna be like, is that a threat?
メルは意地悪だわ。
こうしていると、ずいぶん小さな妹と接しているような気持ちになるな。3つしか離れていないのが嘘みたいだ。
Yeah, she wanna eat donuts and chocolate death cakes all day.
じゃあ、ネリーに宿題を教えて。それならお勉強するわ。
それならもちろん。よし、じゃあ支度をして出かけようか。
With our plan finally hammered out, we headed to a nearby grocery store. As we pursued the store, I had to fend off Nellie trying to throw every kind of junk food imaginable into the cart. And even when she chose items we did need, she always seemed to select the most expensive variety. I wish she would be more conscientious of the fact that we had a budget to maintain. When I asked if this was how she always shopped, she said that no, today was a special occasion. Apparently, she wanted a taste of a noble's lifestyle, which got a stifled chuckle out of me when she said it. Somehow, I don't think actual nobles spend much time in a grocery store. And, formalities aside, she had essentially lived like nobility her whole life. Want for nothing. Every time she said or did something oblivious to the concept of money, it was like a punch to my gut. But I did my best to feign my amusement, just laughing along with her. When we returned home, we split the chores between the two of us. Nellie, however, didn't seem to have much experience doing work around the house. I had to step in to stop her from putting away too much detergent in the washing machine, and then again from mixing chemicals that would create a noxious gas when combined. All in all, it was a minor disaster, and I ended up doing more work than if I handled it all myself. But the excitement was also strangely enjoyable. And she did listen attentively when I told her what she was doing wrong. Before her mom left, as she was heading out the door, she leaned in and whispered to me, "I hope Nellie's not too much of a handful. She can be very inconsiderate and a bit of a brat sometimes." And while she was indeed a bit self-absorbed, Nellie was a pleasant ball of joy most of the time. Maybe she was only bratty to her mother. It wasn't hard to imagine Nellie pushing back against every little thing if her mother was constantly in her hair, which was the impression I had of them. That degree of attention was proof of how much she loved her daughter. But a girl Nellie's age might not see it the same way. I was able to make that observation mostly because I didn't have a nagging parent in my life, and the one I had, being a guy, might have contributed as well. Though he always felt less like a parent and more a roommate, which I guess was because he usually seemed more concerned about his ex-wife than me. In fact, I frequently got the impression he was just using my presence as a way to convince her to let him see her again. Dad did also make an effort to raise me as best he could, so I wasn't going to accuse him of neglect or anything. But there was still a constant sense that I was not very high on his, or anyone's, priority list. For Dad, his ex-wife was the most important person in his life. For her, my mom, Nellie was. Which left no one to have me at the top of their list. Nellie's face flashed through my mind. Well, you are her top priority. Did I think she would be willing to love me most? That was a lot to hope for of a sister who barely knew me. This literally me though.
まだ勉強を始めてから30分も経ってないよ、ネリー。それに、朝あんなに糖分を取ったのに、まだ取る気なんだ。
甘いものは常に別腹なのよ。お菓子を食べ過ぎるとママが怒るんだけど、見つからないようにお部屋にも隠しているの。
Oh! But you don't have anything stashed away now, do you? I see a lot of places where she could, you know, just stash it away. Nellie rifled through her desk drawer, pulling out a tin of cookies. I was impressed she didn't put on more weight with how much she snacked. Or maybe she was small because snacking was all she did. Either way, it was my first time in Nellie's room, and there was a lot to take in. More stuffed animals than I could count, photos of musicians plastering the walls, stacks of CDs, a stockpile of makeup, books.
あの本って今度ドラマになる原作だよね。クラスでも女子が騒いでたな。もう読んだの？も
ちろん読んだわ。だって超流行ってるのよ。話を知っておかないと話題に入れないじゃない。
そうなんだ。女の子はいろいろと大変だね。それでどんな話だったの？
ティーンエイジャーの群像劇なのよ。みんなリアルな悩みを抱えてて、わかるって感じなの。それでね、ネリーが応援している女の子は最新刊で衝撃の真実が明らかになったのよ。実はその子が好きな相手はね、血がつながってて。
どうしたの、ネリー？
なんでもないわ。ちょっと思うところがあっただけで。
そう。でもその子は大変だね。他の要因だったらどうにかなりそうだけど、血がつながってたら諦めるしかないよ。
You hear that, Nellie? Let go.
本当に諦めるしかないのかしら。例えば二人のことを知らないところに駆け落ちしちゃうとか。
No!
そんなの現実的じゃないだろ。誰も知らないところへ行ったとしても血のつながりは変えようがないんだし。
Set her straight, Mel.
フィクションの中ならなんとかなるかもしれないけどね。めでたしめでたしで強引にエンディングにしちゃってさ。でも現実の世界はその後も人生が続くんだ。めでたしておしまいになんかできない。社会の中で幸せに生きていきたいのなら別の人を探した方がいいに決まっている。
But not Arthur. If he's not a very changed guy. He needed an entire personality swap.
でもほら、そのドラマは作り物だしさ、くっついてハッピーエンドにしちゃってもありなんじゃないかな。
そうね。ドラマならそうできるかもしれないわね。
Nellie, don't break the fourth wall and tell us that this is a story.
まさかと思うけど。 ネリーは僕のことを。
I considered myself fairly inept at reading people, but Nelly was so blatant about it, even someone as dense as me could pick up on the signals. He's like, oh, troublesome.
いや、まさかね。兄弟なんだぞ。それこそありえないし、ネリーだってそれくらい分かっているはず。
About that, door one!
僕の思い込みだ。そうに違いない。
I could only see Nellie as a sister, nothing more. It was true I had taken a minor interest in her before we properly met. But that was only because, as I told her, I felt as though we'd met somewhere before. Which, in retrospect, was probably because I subconsciously recognized her as family. I was curious about her because she was my sister. But what about her? Nellie had no memory of me at all. She was still a baby when our parents split up, so she couldn't possibly have recognized me, even unconsciously. It would be harder for her to recategorize me from boy she knows to older brother. Could my moving in feel to her like any other older guy suddenly intruding on her space? Regardless of how it felt, though, we were still siblings. Nothing could sever the blood that bound us. So even if she did, by some impossible chance, have non-sisterly feelings for me now, they would surely fade in time. Everyone just hope. At worst, it would be nothing more than a fleeting adoration. Adoration. She would sort through whatever she was feeling soon enough, and that would be the end of that. There were billions of other men in the world after all, exactly. Regardless, it would probably be smart to keep some distance until that happened. At first I had thought it best to try and break the ice as quickly as possible, since we'd be family our whole lives. But there was a definite possibility that doing so would only make things worse. Obviously though, it'd be preferable if I were overthinking the whole thing.
ネリ
You're
ー、
not.
宿題に戻ろうか。一区切りついたら僕も部屋に戻るよ。自分の宿題は落ち着いて取り掛かりたいしね。
ここで宿題をすればいいじゃない。ネリーだってそんなにうるさくしないわ。
周りに誰かがいると集中しにくいんだ。ごめん、悪気はないんだよ。納得してくれるといいんだけど。
わかったわ。そうね、高学年のお勉強はネリーのとは違うものね。今日は邪魔しないようにするわ。でもお夕飯は一緒に食べましょう。
そうだね。
We spent most of the day in our own rooms, a drastic departure from yesterday. I felt kind of bad about lying to Nellie, knowing how excited she was to have me around. But what I'd said about not being able to concentrate with other people around was just an excuse to get some alone time. Then again, having a little space was probably normal for kids our age. Having alone time is so freaking important. Like, I will break down if I don't have alone time. I need my space. Certainly more so than being attached at the hip. And if Nellie's feelings for me did extend beyond simple familial love, then I wanted to keep a nice, safe distance. That was just something I wasn't equipped to deal with. A question fluttered through my mind. What did I feel about her? She was a sweet girl, there was no denying that. I was glad to have her as my sister, that was true as well. And frankly, I enjoyed the affection, which was why I wanted to stay squarely in the brother-sister category. The question was that everything?
Don't think about it too much, Mel. You're gonna confuse yourself. Was there nothing else to my feelings for her? Deep down in my gut, something told me that wasn't the case. That there was some crucial piece missing. Like a vow of some sort. It's because of the past. But what could it be? When could I have made a vow to her? At what point in my life was there even room for such a significant exchange to have taken place? It's the prince vow. None as far as I was aware. The next day, we had school. We took the same bus from home and then split up partway. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna read a little bit more. And then we end it for today. By the way, how long is this chapter with Mel and Nellie? I'm gonna eat a little bit. Oh, I don't know how long this been here, but hi, Alex. This one felt much longer than the Giselle and Michael part in the beginning. I realized I haven't even saved. I know where the quick save is. A lot happened in such little time. I'm eating grapes. One whole ass cake. A chocolate death cake. Mixing detergents is scary. Next thing you know, you're in Cheppy Emu video. I just buy it as it is. I also hope that we get to see Jaren. Jaren without Barnier. Yeah. Chappy Emu is a medical channel. It kinda did ring a bell, but I was like, hold on, is it like... I thought it was some kind of like a cleaning channel. But now I know. I'm thinking I should read at least 10-15 minutes more, and then we go back to the just chatting window. And y'all can witness the Cheesecake Factory again. I'm just gonna do a quick save. Oh. Hold on. I'm trying... Ah! Okay. This is the proper saves. I see, I see. Seeing glass. Okay, 10-15 more minutes, then we go back to just chatting. EA was mixing detergents. It would make cleaning better, he thought. Dang. I never mix anything, so I think I'm safe. Oh, but that didn't stop her from texting me like crazy. I must have had to pull my phone out between every single class. Because by the end of the day, I'd lost track of how many people had asked if I'd gotten a girlfriend. Hopefully, that would also settle down over time. I wondered how she would have been if our parents hadn't split up. If we'd grown up together, would she be any less clingy? No. Nope, nope, nope. I would say she becomes even more clingy. Would she hate me like other girls her age hated their older brothers? Had we just not been together long enough for her to find anything she disliked about me yet? But something told me she wouldn't be any different, even without those 14 years apart. Was I letting the attention get to my head, though? Or was that just what I wanted to believe? That there was someone who would love me unconditionally, and that it would be a pure familial kind of love, with none of the messiness inherent in the romantic kind. I really hope for your sake. Was I just trying to project that fairy tale ideal onto my sister? Because if that was what I was doing, then I really was the worst kind of human scum. Oh no, you are not. You're just wishing for familial love. It would mean that I wanted her affection, but only if it was safe and utterly detached from the person giving it. Because, you know, we've already seen how this ends. It was a Friday night, almost a week since Mel had moved in. Mom and Mel's dad could be coming back from their vacation tomorrow, meaning this was the last night I would have alone with him. So if possible, I want to spend as much of it as I could with him, but he'd been strangely distant these past few days. He wasn't being mean to me or anything, and we still made and ate supper together all week, and it was lots of fun and all, but it wasn't enough. I want to spend all day with him, like we did his first day here. Was that asking too much? Was I being too clingy and scared him off? Or was this how siblings were supposed to be? Today, like every other day this week, we had supper together and then spent the rest of the evening isolated in our rooms. Most nights, I was able to enjoy myself alone just fine,
but emptiness won out tonight. Watching videos on my phone, reading the latest big hit book, listening to my favorite albums. I tried everything, but none of it was any fun.
ちょっと様子を見に行こうかしら。お茶でもしましょうって気軽に話しかけるの。重たい感じにしないで何でもない風に。それくらいならきっと大丈夫よね。
I'd done my best all week to not be overly clingy with him. So I'd pretty much earned this last night together, hadn't I?
だから何度も言ってるじゃないか。
あら？話し声？誰かと電話しているのかしら。聞き耳を立てるのは良くないけど。
Is he talking with his father?
1年間は家族ごっこに付き合う。でも18になったら出ていくって気持ちは変わらないよ。わがまま？勝手なのは父さんたちだろ。全部言うこと聞いてきたんだ。こっちの言い分だって通してくれ。大体。
Oh, she's gonna think he hates her.
ねえ、メル。今の本当、せっかく一緒に暮らせるようになったのに出ていくの？それに家族ごっこって。
ネリー？ちょっと待って。父さん、電話を切るよ。この件はまた話すから。困ったな。よりによってこんな話を聞かれるなんて。聞き耳を立てるのは良くないよ、ネリ
Uh-oh.
ー。それは悪いと思っているわ。でもあんな言葉が聞こえてきたら。ねえ、どういうことなの？メール、答えて。
別に大したことじゃないよ。ネリーと同じさ。君だって最初はいきなり家族だなんて言われて戸惑っていただろう。
でもメルはあの時前向きだったじゃない。嫌だったんならあの時にネリーと一緒に文句を言えばよかったわ。
再婚自体は嫌じゃない。むしろそれを願っていたんだ。1年後には大学への進学が決まってるっていうのに、その時にバタバタされたら大変だしさ。
だったらなんで家族ごっこなんて言ったの？メルの考えていることがちっともわからないわ。
わからない？むしろ普通に考えたら誰でもわかることだと思うけど、それとも君にはわからないのかな。何不自由なく生活してきたんだろうしね。
なんでそんな言い方。メルらしくないわ。そんな風にトゲのある言い方をするなんて。
She really does have like this image of Mel, as if she knows what kind of person he is, but you don't know. You can have like an idealized image of someone, but once they don't fit that mold, I think maybe it could also benefit Nellie. Like she'd be like, oh, he's not the prince that I imagined him to be.
僕らしくない？そんなことないよ。僕は結構卑屈だし、嫌なことも言うやつなんだ。君に見せてこなかっただけ。だいたい1週間程度で僕の何がわかるって言うんだ。それは君のこともそうだけどさ。
At least he's true to himself.
君は今まで疑問に思ってこなかったの？この広い家のローンは誰が払っているんだろうとか、生活費はどこから出ているんだろうとか。
And that's maybe why he had so few boxes and, you know, simple. Like, it's so simplistic.
君はお小遣いで好きなものを買えるし、旅行にも行けるよね。でもそのお金って、君のお母さんの仕事だけじゃ賄えない金額だと想像はつかなかった。まあ、お金のことなんて生活が大変じゃなければ考えないか。つまり、全部父さんが養育費として払っていたんだよ。もうこの際だからはっきり言うよ。この家に戻ってきて最初に思ったのは、随分余裕のある暮らしをしているんだなってことだった。僕らが質素な生活をしている分、君や君のお母さんが楽に暮らしていたのだと思うと、苦い思いがしたよ。腹が立つって言い換えてもいいかも。あんなにニコニコ笑って接しておきながら、裏ではこんなことを考えてたんだよ。
That's understandable.
だいたい母さんに関して言えば僕の母でもあるのに、なんで。
ごめんなさい。ネリー全然そういうことに頭が回ってなくて。
And she wouldn't have known. I mean, she's only 14.
本当にごめんなさ
い。いや、違う。君が謝ることは一切ないんだ。君に非はないんだもの。分かっているんだよ、本当は。さっきのは君に当たっただけ。僕こそごめん。君まで辛い生活を強いられていたら、そっちの方が嫌だからね。でもそういうことだから、この家に長居したくないんだよ。複雑な気持ちになるんだ。君のお母さんと僕の父さんを見ているとね。
でもメルの気持ちは分かったけど、ネリーはやっぱりここにいてほしいって思うわ。だってネリーにとってはメルが一番大事なんだもの。そばにいてほしいわ。
一番大事って、一緒に暮らしたのはたった1週間じゃないか。君の一番って随分簡単に出来上がるんだね。
Nah, it might be only a week, but this is like ingrained into her soul.
そんなこと簡単なんかじゃないわ。だってネリーはずっと。
僕のことを大切に思ってくれているのは嬉しいけど、君の気持ちも一過性のものだよ。1年も経てばおのずと君の方から出て行ってほしいって思うようになる。僕がいることで今までの生活も保てなくなるかもしれないし。
そんなことない。贅沢な生活よりもお兄様の方が大事なんだから。綺麗なお洋服もお菓子も何もいらないわ。
And we know that she did live a comfortable life in the final door. She left with Mel.
お兄様だけがネリーに必要なの。
And now she calls him this.
お兄様って、そんな呼び方今までしてこなかったのに。しかも随分と時代錯誤だね。
今のはつい口を出てしまったの。ネリーにもよくわかんない。変な子って思わないで。
変な子って思うよ。あ、ごめん、ちょっと笑っちゃった。ドラマか演劇みたいな呼び方だけど、なんでだろう。 なんだか懐かしい気がしたな。僕も変だね。でもおかげで気がほぐれた。あのね、ネリー、もっと本音を言えば、君のこと嫌な子だったらよかったのにって思っている。
どういうこと？
そうしたら気兼ねなく君のことを突き放してここを出ていけるから。ほら、嫌なやつだろ。話はこれでおしまい。嫌な思いをさせてしまってごめんね。今日はもう寝よう。明日は父さんたちが帰ってくるし、笑顔で迎えてやらないと。大丈夫だよ。一年の間は波風立てないようにきちんと家族を演じるからさ。おやすみ、ネリー。もう部屋に戻って。
おやすみなさい。
I think this is a good time to end it because they said good night. And I'm also gonna say good night soon. Hold on, that was there. And wait, what the? Oh, there. Save. Ta-da! Perfect. And I just go there. Ooh! Wait, is it telling me that the battery is also soon dying? Oh, I mean, that's quite perfect. And we switch. Shading. There we go. Just shading screen. I saw your comment on Discord. If anyone play Clock Tower Rewind. I played it for 6 hours. It is decent, but there are some bad glitches. Really? Did you play it on PC? I was thinking of getting it on the Nintendo Switch. So I have a few Switch games to play. Mario Kart. Yes, I played it once. It was since I bought a bundle, you got the Mario Kart 8 with it. I think it was Mario Kart 8. Yes, we have a Discord. It is in my bio. The link is in the bio. Mike, don't worry about it. Watch the videos when you have time. No need to apologize. Reincarnation isn't very long. Soon you'll be done with it. I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well. And it's probably gonna be approximately 5 hours. Will we finish within 5 hours? 6 hours? But not only that, we still have a lot of short stories as well. I'm overtaking you. I was 18 videos behind last week. You should buy Pro controller for Switch. I don't know, I kind of like these. And I mean, there's this other kind of joystick there where you can just attach them. I'm not very used to playing on a Nintendo Switch, so I don't really know what other controllers there are, but I know that there is the Pro controller has to be the one that looks like a regular controller, right? And how are we feeling so far with Reincarnation? I am loving the voice acting. The first part with Giselle and Michael, super duper sweet. Now I'm just waiting for like a storm to arrive, because this game always slaps you across the face at least 15 times. But this one could be like the wholesome part of the entire like series. And I think that we deserve some wholesomeness. But you know, I'm not trusting that Yukimasa will be in check. I'm a little bit, you know, conflicted. As long as Barnier doesn't show up, Amy doesn't show up, I'll just be, you know, worried about Yukimasa going batshit crazy. Michael should be the 6th love interest in Lab. Oh my goodness. I would be in trouble, because then I would have 4 mains. It's already tough as it is. Like, I already have Raphael, Caleb, and Xavier. And if there was Michael, I'd be ruined. Same, the voice acting is incredible, but I wish the adult men voices had more distinct voices, but they are very good. Ooh. I thought that, well, at least the voices that we heard now, Michael's and Yukimasa's, they were very distinct. Mel's as well. Mel also sounds very different. Really, I never get issues with PC ports. 13 and 13.2 were supposedly unplayable, but they were fine for me. My laptop's is from... Oh, I only remember one issue with... was it... Which one was it? I think it was 13.2. Yeah. I think it was 13.2, and it was in the beginning. It was in the very, very beginning. I don't remember how it was solved. I think it was something with like the graphic driver, or it was like some kind of DirectX config. Are you good at racing in Mario Kart World? Actually, I've only played the one that I have on the Switch once. I'm not really big on Mario Kart. Not playing by myself. But if I would have been playing with someone else, then it would have been fun. But playing by yourself, not as fun. I felt like Michael, Yuki, and the father voices sounded a little similar, but then I am not the best judge for this. I don't know. I didn't get the feeling that they sounded that similar. Well, not to me. Don't forget to buy Princess Peach Showtime. Is it? I feel like I've seen like a trailer of that one. Isn't it quite old now? Do you know Jujutsu Kaisen? I haven't really watched it. I haven't watched it yet, but I do have it on my to-watch list. I've just had, you know, other series that I wanted to rewatch. Berserk. But I've seen some of the characters, and I think I already have, like, I have a character where I was like, oh, what is this? I got an edit on TikTok. Of course, some TikTok edits roll by. And there was this guy with like 2 buns and like a black stripe across his face. I liked him. I don't know about his personality or something, but I don't know, I just liked him. It was maybe love at first sight. Who is that? Who am I? You got 18 videos worth of comments in your emails. That's great. Alright, we haven't even heard Jacopo's VA yet. Giselle's voice actor is Nobara's voice actor. I don't know who that is. Is that in Jujutsu Kaisen? You liked Final Fantasy XII voice acting. I loved the Final Fantasy XII's voice acting. It was amazing. Like, even the NPCs were amazing. I was shocked too, just for a second. It was the controller thing for you? Which one? Sukuna is from Jujutsu Kaisen 2. Let me see if that is the one that I've been explaining. Because the one I'm explaining, he has 2 buns. Like spiky buns. Black hair. And he looks super tired. Just like L from Death Note. No, it's not him. Not Sukuna. I don't know who I'm explaining, y'all. But the one with the buns on his head. Maybe he's not even in Jujutsu Kaisen. And I'm just rambling. I know who you mean. Is a character from JJK2? I don't know. Maybe. I've never watched it, but I've seen edits. Like, I've seen edits of this white-haired guy with really blue eyes, and this other guy with black hair and like a bun. I liked his design as well. But I was really drawn to this other character with, you know, the buns. And he has like, I would like to say that he has like some kind of like black stripe across his face. Like a line. Who? My sister told me that our neighbor brought my sister's cat back because he roaming around my neighbor's house. My sister scolded her cat. Well, cats roam around. Cats roam around. And maybe the cat is, you know, really bored. So play with him. I think you mean Shoso. Hold on. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. That is him. Uh-huh. Okay, yes. I like him. I like him. I know nothing about the series or this character. I just know that when I saw him, I like him. JJK has some cool designs. Very much so. I should really try to watch it then. How many seasons are there? It's not as long as One Piece or Naruto or Bleach, right? Right? It shouldn't be because it's not that old, is it? 3. Ah. Okay. Then I can easily catch up. Easily catch up. Oh, really? Then it must be really good. Final Fantasy 13 Trilogy voice acting. Oh, it's so good. Y'all, I miss Lightning. I miss her. Like, sure, she's in 3 of the games, but still, I'm like, I miss her. Final Fantasy 13 is such a good trilogy. It's really incredible. I want to see funny video of dog and cat. Dog wear mask to scare cat off in many different ways. I will post link on your Discord. Just put it on in the media and memes. And I'll check it when I have time. But I was gonna wrap it up because it's soon 3 AM. And this girl has stuff to do in the morning. And then we'll stream again. And maybe, just maybe, we'll finish the story tomorrow. But I don't think we'll be finishing it. Especially not if we're gonna read the short stories as well. And I don't want to leave the short stories. I want to read them all. Same. I like Lightning much more than I thought I would at first. Yes. She's a much more complex character than some people give her. I even did an analysis video of her character. Because I just feel like she gets boxed in with, oh, she's just a copy of Cloud. I even got a comment saying that she's basically a Cloud copy. I was like, are you for real? They're so different. The only thing that they have that is even remotely the same is, okay, they're a bit stoic attitude when Cloud is Soldier Cloud, and their occupation. That's about it. Other than that, they're not alike at all. But yeah, some people just see Lightning and they're just like, oh, she's so angry and she doesn't have any development. Yes, she does. She does. If you play the games, if you pay attention, you would know this. But now is the time, you guys. Good night, everyone. Thank you for being here, and we'll see each other tomorrow on tomorrow's stream. Yeah, I had a really good time in Stockholm. Bye bye. It's good night, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. And also check my end stream. Ta-da! My favorite couple, Michael and Giselle. This is how we end it. Bye!